Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending the Pinal County Board of Supervisors meeting for November 19th, 2025. Before we get started, we'll have Pastor Ben Lee from the Living Waters Bible Church lead us in a prayer. And after that, Supervisor Rich will lead us in the pledge. And so all that like to participate, please stand.
All righty, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for what you're doing, Lord, in this great county, Father. I thank you every day. And Lord, as we are getting ready to celebrate Thanksgiving, I just speak, Lord, just your peace upon today's meeting, Father God, Lord, that we could all have hearts of thanks and just really begin to love people more and see just, Lord, the goodness in people, Lord, and just what you're doing here. And I thank you for every supervisor. I just pray a blessing over them, that you would give them your wisdom, you would give them your knowledge, Father, as they help to lead and guide this county. I thank you all in your precious name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order. First, silence your cell phones, please. And I will, because I always forget. Supervisor Goodman will be joining us by phone telephonically. Has he joined us?
Yes, Supervisor Goodman.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay. So the first order of business is the county manager's reports. Mr. Liu.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to thank Ms. Kennedy and the board for organizing and having the employee appreciation and celebration of the 150-year anniversary. And we have a little video to commemorate that. So thank you to all the staff and who worked on that and all the staff that came out to get to know you better and celebrate with us. Thank you.
We're here not only celebrating 150 years of being a county, but also celebrating the employees. This is for them. Look at them having fun out there.
We are doing the final celebration of 150th anniversary of Pinal County, and we're just thanking all the employees for doing what they do, because without them, I couldn't do my job, and I realize that. And that's why I always say one team, one goal, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever he says. Correct. Thank you.
This is a celebration of our employees that have added to our county. We've got a lunch for them. It's specifically for our employees. They're the ones that have helped us get over the hill of being 150 years old.
Item number 2 on the agenda is presentations of certificates of service. Mr. Liu, you're up again.
Thank you, Chairman. We have 5 employees to celebrate this morning. First, from the assessor's office, we have Monica Gutierrez, who's been with us for 20 years and is a cartography manager. I believe Mr. Ellenwood may be here to speak. Is Monica here, or is John Ellenwood here?
Somebody from the assessor's office?
Yeah. Did you want to come up and say anything? Or? Okay.
Well, don't leave because we're going to take a picture of you in a little bit and give you your picture.
Well, thank you for your service. You have a very important and impactful job, so thank you. Next, we have Faye Valenzuela, who's been with us for 25 years and is in communications and marketing. She's a contact center information specialist, and Taylor is here to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's an honor to recognize Faye today for her 25 years of dedicated service to our county. Faye began her career in animal care and control and has spent the last decade serving the Citizen Contact Center. Faye has been a steady, knowledgeable, and welcoming voice for the citizens of Pinal County who call with questions or concerns, and her positive approach to customer service strengthens not only our team, but the support that we provide our community. Her commitment, patience, and skill make her an invaluable asset to our department and the county as a whole. We are so grateful for the care that Faye brings to work each day, and we proudly honor her for her remarkable service and dedication for the contributions she has made to our county for the last 25 years. Thank you, Faye, and congratulations.
Thank you, Faye. Next, we have Melinda LeGrand from Juvenile Court Services, who has been with us for 30 years and is a probation supervisor. Director Bradner's here.
Good morning, Chairman Miller, Vice Chair McClure, and members of the board. My name is Jeannie Bradner, and I serve as the Director of Juvenile Court Services here in Pinal County. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to recognize Melinda LeGrand for an extraordinary milestone, 30 years of service. 30 years is more than a measure of time. It's a testament of perseverance, purpose, and an unwavering belief that young people can change the trajectory of their lives. Melinda has grown tremendously in her professional capacity over the last 30 years. I believe she has held nearly every position in our department, from serving as a school-based probation officer to supporting administrative operations when she first began. And while Melinda has evolved, so has the juvenile justice system itself. Over the past 30 years, our field has shifted from a compliance-driven model to one focused on accountability informed by adolescent brain development, trauma-informed practice, and evidence-based approaches. Many people have studied this evolution, but fewer have lived it, adapted to it, and helped shape it every single day. Melinda has done exactly that. Not only is the professional work we do important, but so is our personal lives. And in the field of juvenile justice, we have a mantra of my child. We want to ensure that the system would work just as well for our own child as any other child that's going through it. And Melinda had the opportunity today to celebrate her youngest two twins, turning 18, now at the age of majority. Her twins, as well as her older son, have helped shape her career in juvenile court service as well. So think of the thousands of moments that make up a career like this. Difficult conversations, court reports, late-night calls, home visits, school meetings, mentorship to new officers, and countless times Melinda has advocated quietly but firmly for what is right for a youth, a family, or the community. Melinda, your 30 years have required equal parts heart, grit, patience, and professionalism. Thank you for showing up fully and pouring yourself into this mission. While we may not get another 30 years, I do hope your passion inspires a young professional who is just now asking themselves whether this work is their calling. Melinda, it's been an honor to recognize you and your 30 years today. Thank you.
Next, we have Edgar Hernandez with the Sheriff's Office, who's been with us for 20 years and is a detention officer.
Good morning, Chairman Millen and the board, Mr. Liu. Edgar Hernandez was not able to attend today due to an injury, but I wish we could have had him for another 10 years because he was a great detention officer to have working at our facility. Edgar Hernandez, badge number 1428. He's currently, he just retired yesterday, so he's currently pursuing now his next chapter in his career to become a deportation officer with Immigration ICE. So that's his next thing he's working on. He's been accepted for the academy. So, but I wanted to thank him. So even though he's not here, a great employee, a detention officer to have there. So, thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Gilbert Oils. Sorry.
Thank you, and congratulations to Edgar. Next, we have Hunter Rankin, who's been with us for 25 years and who was a captain in our Sheriff's Office.
Sheriff Ross Teeple, Chairman Miller, members of the board, Pinal County. I want to apologize by saying that I had a speech done that listed all of this man's accomplishments in his entire adult life serving the public, but I would tell you we will be here till tomorrow if we went through every single one of his accomplishments. I can tell you that he spent his entire adult life in service of Pinal County. And I thought I'd just go through that by explaining that from here on out, whenever you hear someone rose through the ranks, this is what they're going to be compared to, because this will be the matrix. At 18 years, 1 month, and 1 day, Hunter Rankin 696 badge number started with the Pinal County Sheriff's Office as a detention aide. 1 year later, he became a detention officer in 1997. Now, Hunter had a very driven desire to serve the public, and he wanted to get out on the road and do that. If you think back to the late 90s, we actually had too many people applying to be police officers. So you took whatever shot you can get, and he found the fastest road out to serve the public was he went to Coolidge PD, where he showed loyalty to Coolidge PD, and he stayed until he was off probation, because that's what we do in law enforcement. We give loyalty to the agency that gave us a chance, but then he had to come back because he's not a city cop, he's a county deputy. And so he came back to the Pinal County Sheriff's Office as a deputy in 2000. In 2003, he promoted to a corporal. 2005, he promoted to sergeant. In 2011, he was transferred to the traffic unit, and I'll tie that up here in a second. In 2014, he was promoted to lieutenant, and then we were very fortunate with the fact that in 2017, he was promoted to captain, and he continues to serve that role excellently. He has now served in overseeing all 3 bureaus of the Pinal County Sheriff's Office Sworn Division. CIB, Criminal Investigations Bureau, which is our detectives, the Support Services Bureau, and now is the bureau commander over all of our patrol services. Hunter has left a mark on every position that he has held, and I thought that was so poignant that it was this weekend that we had the Rolling on the River motor competition with Gila River Police Department. And I think we let them win like 2, so they would be wanting to come back next year. But we swept the competition, and that's all due to the professionalism that he brought to the traffic unit all those years ago. And he still supports that unit. He was out there on Saturday. Thank you.
Just want to say thank you to Sheriff Teeple for that. I don't even know what to say after that. Thank you. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. And I want to say thank you to the Pinal County residents and the Pinal County employees. It's been an absolute honor to serve this county for all of these years. It'll actually be 30 next May. I'm a 4th-generation resident in Pinal County. Numerous family members have served for this great organization, and I'm looking forward to 25 more.
Is that it? Okay, all our recipients, please come up because it's photo time.
because I'm bullheaded.
There you go. Let's go. Sturdy, peek over a little. And Taylor, just a tiny bit more to your left. There you go. Come over just a little. And here we go. Big smiles. There we go. Happy faces. 3, 2. Nice. We're going to do it again. Looking at the camera. No blinking. Permanent smile on your face. 3, 2. There we go.
Okay, we'll let things settle down first. Okay. All right. I think we can move along. Everybody? Why don't we close the doors, officers? Hello? Officers? Can we close the doors? Can you close the doors? I guess. Okay, there we go. All right, thank you. Okay, brings us to item number 3 on the agenda, which is, I got to get this where I can do this microphone then. Supervisors updates regarding current and upcoming events concerning districts. And I'm going to go first this time because we have a video of the Veterans Day little celebration we had. Can we play that? Okay, thank you. I said that day we don't do enough for our veterans here in the United States. So anytime we get the chance to recognize them, I appreciate it. Appreciate staff putting on that little ceremony. Are there any veterans in the audience that did not have the opportunity to attend that ceremony that are here today? Would you please stand? All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Supervisor Surtee, do you have anything you want to
I do. I have a video, but we'll play that last. We had the Arboretum is in District 5, Boyce Thompson Arboretum. They recently had a fundraiser. It's pretty cool the way their board, they're all self-generated through donations, and it's very... I've never been able to get through it. I've started into it, and I always go left, and I never can finish it. It's way bigger than you think down there. So if you're out there, stop in and give them some kind of a donation to keep them up and running. We have a lot of new folks here, a lot of winter people. Just a reminder that slower traffic should keep to the right. We hate to have Sheriff Teeple's people pull you over and speed you along. So, okay. And also, we had the Pinal County workforce team is collaborating with the Apache Junction Library that if you want to work and with just what happened with the shutdown, hopefully that inspires people that haven't been seeking a job to get out there and get a job, because the government won't always be there to take care of you. So we have a video of how this will work. There's a lot of employment coming. If you can't get a resume, if you can't get online and see what's out there, this will help you to do that. So let's play that video.
Good morning. I just want to thank everybody for kicking off your week, coming here in this memorable event.
Today we had our ribbon cutting for providing services to our residents out in Apache Junction in this area.
Arizona at Work is the statewide network of employment and training programs behind the scenes known as the Public Workforce System, providing employment and training opportunities for job seekers, as well as services to the business community, connecting and finding the talent.
We have a great resource room here that our job seekers are able to come, use the computers, job search. They can help set up their accounts on Arizona Job Connection, which is the database that we use to help our job seekers find employment. They can post a resume there as well, and then we are able to even print here.
Libraries are a great resource for what we do because it's a community center in a way, bringing our services to the communities rather than having individuals seeking assistance and having to travel distances.
Arizona at Work, Pinal County, we have mostly only been located in Casa Grande as far as a physical job center. This year we really are trying to expand our services to our pocket network areas. Apache Junction is growing as far as residents, so we're really trying to make sure that we're reaching all residents throughout Pinal County.
Started out with one individual here 3 days a week. We now have 3 people here 3 days a week, so covering approximately 9 to 12 hours a week that we have somebody on site here to work one-on-one with individuals.
It's the personal interaction that you get to have staff to help encourage you, to help support you, to help guide you along the way. As time has learned, workforce development changes every single day. Employers are looking for different things, and with our educated staff that we have that are working closely with our employers and our business service teams, they know kind of the ins and outs of what employers are looking for. Even on applications, resumes, how to write those cover letters to really sell themselves and to get them the employment and get them a step ahead.
We can hold specific trainings here, take advantage of the facilities and the infrastructure that the library already has. And so it's not just a matter of a list of jobs and trying to tell people, well, here's jobs. we could really sit down with an individual and work on their resume and work with them in identifying and interpreting some labor market information that would help them make a more informed decision on the next job that they want or a career that they want to embark on.
It was also cool that Supervisor McClure and his staff made the trip all the way up from the Deep South to visit.
All right. Well, thank you. The Arizona at Work is a great service that we are able to provide to this county, and I think the world of it, and the staff does a great job. Supervisor Rich.
As usual, it's always busy. We have lots of places to attend and meetings to attend, and I had a very special day on the 8th. We have a very close friend of mine, Izzy Calderon, who was in a car accident on the 347, and thank God we were able to get on the 5-year plan there. But we were able to raise $13,000 for his family. We do this tournament every single year for him out at Copper Sky, and the residents come out to support this financially. Every penny of that goes directly to his wife and his 2 children. He is in a vegetated state and will probably never come out, but we pray every day for him that maybe he will come out of this. And he was a correction officer and a very close friend of mine, played softball with me for
Everyone
10
else
years.
has left the call.
Okay, sorry. But again, the residents came out and were able to raise $13,000, and like I said, we do it every single year from him. Also attended city council meetings. I attend city council meetings so that way I understand what's going on in my district. I was honored to go to the second one that Santan Valley had a few weeks ago. And then I was just also at Coolidge and then Maricopa too. Also, Veterans Day. Again, very, very emotional ceremony over at Copper Sky. We had about 75, 80 people there to raise the flag, and I was honored to be there. And then also, Pinal Partnership. We go out there, we listen to what's going on. It's important because, again, that was the update with Pinal Partnership of Santan Valley, which was nice to hear from the mayor, vice mayor, and then, of course, Mr. Goodman was there also talking about Santan Valley. And then, of course, the Maricopa Chamber Breakfast, which is nice because we get to hear what small businesses are doing day in and day out to thrive, especially in the city of Maricopa. But again, it's a great time to get out and listen to the constituents and see what they need and just sit, listen, and learn. Thank you, Chairman. Oh, also, the 150th year. Staff, thank you again. As I said it on tape, without you, I wouldn't be able to do my job, and I thank staff for putting that together. Natasha and the group did a great job. Awesome food, and I was honored to be a part of it again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just to tag on to Supervisor Vitiello's thing about the video, Supervisor Miller and I were there, but somehow, Kevin, you just put us on the cutting room floor because we said nice things about all you guys. Just saying. Anyway, so last Friday, this job is fun because you get to go to a lot of different places. And last Friday, I was able to be up at Tempe at an ASU. It's like a mixed theater for the Partnership for Economic Innovation, and they had a lot of really. The program itself, quite honestly, is boring to listen to, but the stuff that was there was really cool. The medical inventions that are out and are coming to market soon to help with blood loss, with hearts, with all this, and then jet engine technology and all, drone technology. It's really cool to see all this stuff that's out there floating around. Saturday, I was able to attend the ribbon cutting for the Golden Ranch Fire District's new station at Saddlebrook Ranch. That's been a few years coming. That's been a great collaboration between State Trust, the county, just everybody getting together. And so they've got a beautiful new station out there now. Monday, it was at the Arizona State Sex Offender Management Board meeting. I'm on that. Still in the organizational stages, but that's going to be a very interesting program to figure out what we do with folks that are incarcerated or, getting out, or what we do with those folks. Tuesday was Sun Corridor Municipal Planning Organization. It was Supervisor Miller's last meeting on that board. And congratulations, almost 11 years.
Almost 11 years.
Yeah, and so somehow I get to take his place. So,
lucky you,
lucky me. So it's a great organization, though. It looks at safety studies all from Phoenix to Tucson, all the cities in between. Down to sidewalks and crosswalks for the kids for school. It's a really interesting group. Tomorrow is our Pinal County Public Works Safety Rodeo. That's always a fun event. We get people from, I think, Yuma and Maricopa County and quite a few other counties that come and they all show their prowess on large equipment. And it's quite an interesting day, and it's a lot of fun. We serve them lunch, and it's a great day. Saturday, upcoming here, is Arizona City Residence and Alley Cleanup. It's free to the public, so show up, throw your stuff out, don't throw it in the desert. We put that out on the email list and we are our newsletter, and we'd appreciate it if you would all attend. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. I was going to ask Supervisor Goodman if he wanted anything, but he's hung up the phone. Has departed. I was told that he will rejoin us around 10:30. So, anyway, he loses out today on his update. Brings us to item number 4, update on Elections Department from Recorder Lewis.
Good morning, Chairman Miller, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. Quick brief about where we're at in the Elections Department. The countywide re-precincting is in its final touches with the GIS department and our AVID systems. We are on schedule to ensure that the voter ID cards go out to voters in January. With voter outreach, we have many community events that we have been participating in for the month of October, November. We do post those on our Pinal County Votes website. We are currently doing tours with a lot of the local high schools, which is really pretty wonderful to see the engagement of the students. And one of our staff members have created a survey that will be utilized in a future MOU presentation so you can see the turnaround about faith in the electoral process. Our voter education working groups are on hold until January of 2026 because these occur on the last Friday of every month, and the next couple of Fridays of the month all fall on holidays. So I don't think people want to spend time with me. I think they want to spend time with their families. We met with the Intertribal Council Association to strengthen our relationships with our tribal communities. There are 21 recognized tribal communities in the state of Arizona, 4 which do fall in Pinal County, and it's really important to ensure that those relationships continue to be strong. Appreciation to Delia Carlisle, I believe she's here today, and she's ensuring that those conversations don't stop. After the presentation to the board today, members of the Elections Department will be heading to Phoenix to participate in the ASU Mechanics of Democracy Lab, their AI boot camp. AI is in our world everywhere, and we need to make sure we're doing everything to make sure we're keeping our systems secure, but still being ahead of the curve with technology. We've onboarded the new poll worker software that is going exceptionally well. We did receive our new generation e-poll books. And then to update for future elections, the citizens of Mammoth have submitted signature petition sheets to recall 2 council members. One of them did not have the required signatures needed. So barring anything extraordinary occurring, Mammoth will have a May recall election. This will affect under 1,000 voters.
Okay. Thank you. Brings us on to item number 5, which is discussion, approval, or disapproval of the canvass of elections results of the November 4th, 2025 election. Dana?
Chairman Miller, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder, again. And with me today, you will see Jared Smith, our interim deputy director of the Elections Department, and also Jill Broussard, our school county superintendent.
we want to talk about this because this is a little bit of a unique situation that we have going on. In addition to school district elections, we had 2 cities running propositions as well. Those respective boards will canvass their results. And the reason for us bringing this to you today is because, sometimes statutes overlap and are really confusing. And if this was just a normal candidate election for the Superstition Fire and Medical, they would be canvassing the results. But there's some gray space in Title 16 and Title 48, particularly Title 48, it says 48-802, election procedures. So when we reached out to our, colleagues in this world and even the state elections director, we said, what next? And the response was always err on the side of caution. It's better to over-canvass than not canvass at all. So because it was a bond, we're bringing these results to you today. Why is that also important? I can't break away a cast vote record. So this is a rolling document that comes out of our EMS system. So I can't just slice apart the parts I want to show you, so we're going to canvass the entire election, and you will see these results in that document today. Summary of the results report. This election was across many jurisdictions. It affected 206,805,000 voters. However, only 48,060 voters cast a ballot. That gives us under 24% turnout. We do know in even number or odd number years that turnout is particularly low. Not going to lie, we're a little optimistic this year. We've already had 3 elections. We figured a 4th was a no-brainer, and that voter turnout would have been a lot higher. Unfortunately, we are a little disappointed in the results or the turnout of voters, but know that we're going to keep working on that. Of the, again, the percentages, 2022, November, that is midterm election, general. November 2024, that's the presidential election. You see these high turnout numbers. The July and September were the CD7 elections. August, the Santan Valley election. This election, it was, again, 200,000 voters and still only that 23.24% turnout. And again, another one of our fabulous graphs because we love them so much, trying to show you what this looks like over time. We utilized this information when we came to the Board of Supervisors asking about re-precincting, when we talk about growth, when we talk about the needs of the satellite offices. It's this information that we've been tracking since 2016 to ensure that the Board of Supervisors and county management understands the resources needed to ensure effective administration of the electoral process. How are ballots cast? Well, again, this was an all-male jurisdictional election. So out of those, 48,000, of course, 80,000 of them were early. Election day, those few hundred people who showed up at the ballot replacement sites on election day, 0.9%. One of the disturbing numbers that I see right here is, again, this was an all-mail election. That means anybody who's eligible to receive a ballot by mail received one, but still voters are holding on to those ballots until the last minute. Again, going to go hard in 2026 and ensure that voters understand they're holding on to that ballot. It is, helping clog up the systems. The early ballot report, again, another part of the canvass that we are required to present to you. During the early voting period, we had 5 of our sites as replacement sites. These are our satellite offices that have full-time employees. And then we also had 2 ballot replacement sites, one in St. Mary's Center for the Superior and the other at J.O. Combs for that election. Again, full-time employees were represented at those locations. One of the other anomalies that doesn't happen a whole lot is we opened the Apache Junction office to Maricopa County. Since we share the Apache Junction and Superstition Fire and Medical District, it was appropriate for them to be in our space during that time. So some people got to see what it looks like how they administer elections just a little bit different than we do. The amount of replacement ballots issued to voters by mail, again, a number required by statute. And the big question is when people look at canvass documents, they don't always understand when we say mail ballots returned because they're like, but you only canvassed and gave voter credit for 48,000, but it shows you received 61,000 ballots. What happened to these other ballots? Well, they're still returned to us, but they were returned from the United States Postal Service as undeliverable by mail or temporary away. Early ballot rejection report, again, these were ballots that were received after 7 p.m. on election night. We did have a few that were missing that signature, and again, it's an all-mail election. We're utilizing the affidavit and the signature on that to provide, to prove identification. Signature wasn't verified. We had a few voters who their known signatures on their record did not match what was on that affidavit. And again, sometimes people put them in an envelope and we can't match that voter to that ballot. This is a win for Pinal County. Again, the provisional numbers continue to go down. We had one person show up, was not eligible to vote in that election. It was out of district, but still, you never tell a voter, no, they can't vote. You give them the ability to vote, and then we walk them through the processes and ensure in future elections that they are registered to vote. Again, provisional ballot statistics, look at those numbers going down, gentlemen. Now, I make no promises. 2026 is, of course, midterm elections. We will have primaries, and primaries are difficult, and they may be more difficult than most coming next year. We'll talk about that next month with my MOU. But in the general election, but these numbers going down with us being precinct-based, that's, again, a win for Pinal County. We stand for questions.
Very good. Any questions of our recorder? Okay, seeing none?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. So we have to vote on this. Board's pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the canvass of the elections as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, brings us to item number 6, discussion, approval, disapproval of the Purchasing Division report. Of November 19, 2025.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. I'm Tracy Gorman, Purchasing Manager for Pinal County, and this is the purchasing report for November 19, 2025. In this report, the Board is requested to approve one contract amendment for RFP 244129 for inmate communications. We are requesting the Board approve one competition impracticable over $100,000 per procurement code section PC1-502. And lastly, there are 7 cooperative purchasing agreements we would like you to notify you of, as they are between $100,000 and $250,000. And I will stand for questions.
Any questions? Seeing or hearing none, Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the Purchasing Division report as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Brings us to item number 7, consent items. All items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or a member of the public objects at the time the agenda items are called. Anybody from the board want anything pulled? I don't see requests. County manager? Anybody from the public want anything pulled? Mr. Roberto?
Agenda items S as in Sam.
Items S. Okay. Any others? Seeing none, Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to approve the consent agenda A through V minus S.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Roberto, you want to pose your question, and then we'll...
my question, and it's not rhetorical, is that, Mr. Chairman, we've seen incidents throughout the nation and in certain neighborhoods in Arizona where ICE agents have approached and have physically threatened the safety of parents, students, teachers around previously sensitive school sites. Agenda item S refers to an intergovernmental agreement between Pinal County and the Florence Unified School District. In the third recital of that agreement, it states, whereas district is required by ARS 15153, 1534-1, and 1334-11 to report to local law enforcement any crimes against persons or property and or any incidents that potentially threaten the safety or security of pupils, teachers, administrators, or other occupants of the school. Resource officers are in the school. This agreement reflects that they may confront incidents potentially threatening students. What provision or understanding is in place if immigrant agents attempt to threaten parents delivering school students, incidents that have actually occurred here in Arizona? So the question is, what happens? What's the role of the school resource officer in that situation? It, to me, places them in a very questionable dilemma.
Okay.
So I'd like
a unique scenario. Okay. We'll see if Sheriff Teeples.
Mr. Revelis, I just recently found out that you're a Korean War veteran, and I want to thank you for your service, sir. As a veteran myself, thank you very much. I didn't know that until the last ceremony. Sorry, sir. Sheriff Ross Teeple, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Pinal County. The school resource officer is a valuable necessity for our community. I can tell you we have members of this school district here in the audience today that can tell you that not only does the school want my officer there, my deputy there, the students do. The big thing about a school resource officer is it puts the person behind the badge, so they don't just see a uniform. They actually see us as human beings, and they feel comfortable with us. So if there's something that they have a concern with, it may be an internal problem in their home, or it may be a communal problem, but they have a school resource officer that they know by name, that they've actually interacted with, had classes with, and that's why the school resource officer is so valuable.
If I may, I think the question really is, though, if an ICE agent was to attend the school, what would be the role of the resource officer in that scenario? So you have two officials or two law enforcement agencies in that scenario. Is that paraphrasing?
Yes, it's obvious.
Yeah.
From the language there.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. If you can tell us how your officer would react in a scenario like that, but I think that's the question that Mr. Revelis is asking.
Sorry, sir, with an open-ended question like that, there's just way too many variables to say, yes, he would act like that. Law enforcement officers in Arizona, and especially my agency, have discretion to act in a professional manner and make decisions based on the circumstances that they arrive. I can tell you that we work very professionally with our federal partners, whether they're the ATF, Immigration Customs Enforcement, DEA, and if they're there acting under the color of their authority, exercising their professional duties, then we would be there protecting the community. And if that means assisting them when they're performing their duties, we would be there to keep the scene secure.
Okay. Mr. Velez?
Mr. Chairman, you're being asked to vote on an IGA. It's a very serious quandary. It's a practical quandary based on actual incidents that have occurred here in this state. And so it seems to me that the responsible thing for the board to do is to defer a decision on this until that issue is clarified, because we've just heard from one side of the IGA. How about the other signatory to this, the Unified School District? And it seems to me that the fair way is not to avoid clarifying the quandary that SROs are being placed in, but wait and hear what the other party to the agreement, the school district, says in that very practical situation.
Okay. I'm going to ask if we have anybody that would be able to respond to the Florence School District side of this thing in the audience.
And the school superintendent has been present, so absent a Florence district, maybe the school superintendent could chime in.
Sounds good.
Good morning. I'm not the superintendent. My name is Roger Beatty. I'm on the governing board of the Florence Unified School District.
Okay.
Is that,
did your board see this IGA?
The board has seen the IGA. We've discussed it and we've approved it over much discussion, including some of the discussion that we've had here a little bit. That has been brought up, and we do approve of it, and we need the SROs more than ever, and we support all the work that they do.
Okay. So the governing board of the school district sees a need for this and it has approved it.
That is correct.
Okay. Jill, did you want to weigh in on any of this?
I can try. So just for everyone in here, I am not the superintendent for the Florence Unified School District. We offer services to the districts in the county, but I am involved in a lot of discussions regarding SROs and safety and policies and procedures. So these SROs have to go through specific training to be on the school grounds, and within that training is how to handle situations like this. I myself have never gone through that training, but there's also additional policy guidance that the schools adopt, specifically in the ICE situation, as to who's the person of contact and what that procedure looks like, as far as allowing them onto campus. They're not allowed to just rush onto campus. They have to come into the front office and wait and let their intentions be known. And so I don't know that that's the answer that you're looking for, but there are policies. We can, those are available online, and it's also available in the training. But the thought of ICE agents rushing onto our campuses into classrooms is something that our policy does not, our policies across the state do not support or allow. So I hope that puts your mind at ease to an extent.
And Mr. Chairman, it is obvious that ICE agents are intentionally being given permission to racially profile members of the public, including students. So this is clearly a very controversial topic that you're being asked to vote on, and we've heard from the school district. And so I think, again, there is going to be liability when this happens. And it seems to me that the comments we've heard do not remove the threat that is implicitly mentioned in the agreement. It's a difficult discussion we're having, and you're facing a difficult decision based on precedent where the sheriff has avoided answering previous direct questions from me. You've heard the rhetorical comments today, and I appreciate it that you, Mr. Chairman, are handling this issue in a very professional manner. But I again raise the question, what happens to the threatened students? They are going to be experiencing fear that will not be a temporary feeling. They'll carry it through the rest of their lives. I've been exposed to bigotry in the past, and it continues to follow me as I dedicate myself to welcoming opportunities of helping vulnerable people as vulnerable students are today in the public school system. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for each of the members for being patient.
Certainly, certainly. Sheriff, did you have something? No. That's not appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Pinal County, I'd just like to respond to the last thing that Mr. Rubella said. As far as an implicit threat, you have an elected member of the school board or school here, you have an elected member of the school district here, and you have myself. We've all read this. There's no implicit threat in there. That's a very distorted reading of it. And at the end of the day, what they are asking for is for you guys to make our school less safe while we deal with a hypothetical situation that hasn't occurred in Pinal County. And that's a scary thing because our school needs a school resource officer there. It protects the school, it protects the students, and as I said earlier, it puts a face behind the badge so the students feel comfortable reporting incidents to us, reporting possible crimes to us. And what they're asking is that you make the school less safe and make those children more vulnerable so that we can possibly have a discussion about a hypothetical situation that may not ever exist and hasn't as of yet existed in Pinal County.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's enough discussion. I will just say that over the 20-plus years I've been an elected official, resource officers have been highly sought after for many reasons. The environment today is not the same as it was 15 years ago, but I think the positive outweighs the potential either liability or threat at this time. So,
Mr. Chair.
I'll leave it at that. Board's pleasure.
Yep. No, he had something to say.
Oh,
I move we approve item S.
I have a motion to approve item S. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay. Brings us to item number 9 on the agenda, which is, no, I'm sorry. I skipped over something. We're not there. Item number 8, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Is call to the public. A call to the public is a time and period for the members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors, to provide public input relating to subject matters within the Board of Supervisors' authority and jurisdiction. Those wishing to address the Board of Supervisors need not request permission in advance. Actions taken as a result of the public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or reschedule it in further consideration and discussion at a later date. I do have a few cards here. I'll start with those cards first. The one on top is Mr. Barry McCain.
Good morning, Chairman Miller and Pinal County Board of Supervisors. My name's Barry McCain, born and raised in Pinal County after 20 years United States Navy. I have 151 credit hours of college, which I learned that birds of a feather flock together. For a moment, I'd like to say that what we just talked about last, I've been dealing with at the Capitol since 2005. It's a tough thing, and my heart goes out to you on that. But I'd like to thank Supervisor McClure for taking a class that would describe the different reasons that an individual may be in front of a judge. Shows leadership in doing this. Supervisor Surdy, I agree with what you did call the public, and I thank you so much about it. But you showed that you care about another human being, and I admire that as well. We are a republic. What makes a republic strong is characterized by the rule of law, a system of checks and balances, must be informal and have civically engaged citizenry. Psychologists say that people want to control others because of their deep-seated insecurities, feeling of inadequacy, and attempt to mask them so as to control others many times. Doing security that requires higher than top secret clearance taught me how individuals can entrap themselves through their words. I have 5 missions against Muammar Gaddafi and watched Anwar Sadat assassinated in 1981 alone out of 20 years of service. I earned my rights. I don't blame the sheriff, Democrats, or Republicans, but I do the supervisor district because of his deceitfulness and result of his actions. I was not able to vote with the excuse that I'm not a citizen. We must never let anyone take away our vote.
Thank you. I have Mary Ellen Flanagan.
Good morning, Chairman Miller and supervisors. I live in Hidden Valley, which is near the 347 and 84. Tomorrow, Planning and Zoning has a work session led by an attorney who represents several huge subdivisions. This is the same man who pulled a bait and switch on Sunset Canyon with the Val Vista Road and commercial space. The work session is on Maricopa Regional Growth, context Sienna. This is a clear case of the fox in the henhouse. Many of my neighbors and I are vehemently against much of what Sienna is, wants to become, and represents. We know we can't change what was done in 2005, but we do not want increased density now. Sienna is set to go before the Planning and Zoning Board on December 18th. Why is it being given a pre-approval work session now? This seems like a clear conflict of interest. I respectfully request that tomorrow's Planning and Zoning work session be tabled or canceled until all parties are represented, or until a truly neutral moderator can be named to lead it. Thank you.
Bobby Craig. Your name and generally where you preside.
And what?
And generally where you preside, where you live.
Oh, Cactus Forest area, south of Florence.
Okay, thank you.
Unincorporated.
Okay.
Okay. Basically, I do a lot of research myself, but what happens, I'm not getting the information that as a citizen I would like to have in order to form an opinion. And here's some examples just from last month's meeting is when the Rose Law Group presented, I asked them after the meeting if there'd been an environmental or water study done. And they told me, no, we haven't got the bid yet. And so I'm going, well, then why are they here? Why? I don't know. And that's what I'm saying, is we don't have enough information. Or I checked out, or I looked at their site, and Rose Law Group has a 2.3 customer rating. Okay, and I don't know who's aware of what, but that really stood out for me. And then the person that presented that I can't pronounce her name, showed pictures to us all, and they were beautiful pictures of the state land that they wanted to build an AI facility on. And one was, a pristine desert with the Superstition Mountains behind, and they took pictures of all directions. And then after that presentation, she said, and this is a quote because it really stuck in my mind, is, "So see, there's nothing out there." And so my feathers get ruffled right away. There's a lot out there. There's a lot of environment, and it's state land. It hasn't been disturbed. So I don't know how to get all that information. Even when I go to planning and zoning, it's like staff presents something as though it's already, there might be some stipulations which I don't even hear. It's like I would like to know what the stipulations are, what we're dealing with, what we're voting on, what we're addressing, etc. Like an example is the aggregate mine that was approved here, and it was 2 weeks ago. I was heading towards the 60s, and the wind was coming from the south. The dirt was all the way to Highway 60. Those semis do not slow down on the dirt road. In fact, they put the brakes on when they get to 79, and the dust blows out on the highway. And it's actually can be dangerous depending on which way the wind is blowing from. But I don't know, whoops, that's 3 minutes already? Whew. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. But you do understand what I'm saying is more information, please. Thank you.
Robin Davis.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. My name is Robin Davis, and I live in Hidden Valley. There are 3 agenda items today that I will be commenting on, but in general, these energy projects on today's agenda, 10 through 13, give me concern about the direction of Pinal County. We know that the patchwork development of Santan Valley has not worked, and as I watch housing developments and energy projects be submitted to the county, I see that same patchwork process being implemented. Knowledge has told us that doesn't work. So I'm asking the Planning and Zoning Department, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Board of Supervisors to be more prudent and to carefully scrutinize applications for zoning reamendments. Rezoning areas from 20 years ago needs to be carefully looked at for up-to-date current information. And randomly placing energy projects on any parcel of open land and put in a place just because landowners and lawyers ask for it, the current residents deserve more consideration than they have received in the past. So I'm also here to voice my formal objection to item number 4 on tomorrow's Planning and Zoning Commission agenda, titled Maricopa Regional Growth, Project Sienna. This report is scheduled to be presented by an attorney who currently has multiple zoning and land use applications pending before both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, including the title of tomorrow's presentation, Project Sienna. Although I appreciate the Commission's recognition that a comprehensive regional growth analysis is overdue and critically important before any additional density is approved, the credibility of such a report requires that the independent, unbiased, and free of conflicts of interest. Given the presenter's active presentation of several major developments in the region proceeding under the current arrangements, raises a reasonable concern regarding impartiality and undermines public confidence in the process. For these reasons, I respectfully request that item number 4 be tabled, withdrawn, or otherwise removed from consideration in its current form, and that the regional growth report be recommissioned with an independent party who does not have pending zoning matters before P&Z or the Board of Supervisors. We, the little people out there, the residents, your constituents, are fighting big money and big lawyers. We have no money to spend on lawyers. but we have community pride. We love where we live, and that the land developers and the lawyers will never have. Thank you.
Seth Keeler.
Good morning, Chairman Miller, Vice Chairman McClure. My name is Seth Keeler. My address is 1121 West Warner Road, Suite 109 in Tempe. And I've been doing work in Pinal County as a land developer for a long time. And I want to raise a concern, and that is the planning department in the county is really suffering because there should be 6 planners and 4 planning technicians, from what I've been told. And we're down with Glenn Bach potentially retiring. We're down to 2 planners in that department. I've talked with Chairman Miller and many of the Board of Supervisors, and my impression is that you want the county to be open for business. You want to attract really good projects, appropriate projects, and help the county grow. And when you have a planning department that is that short-staffed, those that are remaining are really overworked. So if you're willing, if you could put a point of priority to try to attract competent and qualified planners to that department, I think it will really make a difference. And for your consideration, there are other cities that do third-party review where plans get submitted and then they are sent to a third party. I do a lot of work with a lot of planners in town, and there's a lot of talent here. So if that's something that could be considered, that would be great. I think it would also facilitate. And then if it's possible, once I finally get to the final engineering point, if the county can get to where a 2-review cycle, if that's possible, I think that will also help alleviate the logjam and help projects get through the system and get approved. It would really make a big difference. So if you're willing to make a point of priority, if we can attract more planners, and if you're willing to consider third-party review, and if we can get the review cycle down, that would really help our projects move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Fuller.
Chairman, while she comes up, if I can, for the record, make an announcement that Supervisor Goodman is back on the call, so he is now attending the meeting.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Miller and Supervisors. My name is Lori Fuller. I'm from Thunderbird Farms. I'm addressing the same issue that Robin and Mary Eileen addressed. Tomorrow at Planning and Zoning, item number 4 is a work session. It's not even public input. It's a work session being presented by the very lawyer that has multiple cases before Planning and Zoning and the Board of Supervisors. If this is not a direct conflict of interest, it is misguided, ill-informed, tone-deaf, unwise, horrible optics, inappropriate, and a fox guarding the henhouse. These are my comments, and these are comments from many people that when I let people know when this agenda came out on Friday that this was at Planning and Zoning, people phoned me, people emailed me, people commented on Facebook. This is not fair and just to the people of Hidden Valley, Thunderbird Farms, etc. I did email. I emailed Mr. Patel. I emailed Mr. Harvey Krause. I got no reply from them. If this is not under your purview, I am respectfully asking you to ask the planning staff, the head planner, how this came to be. How is the very lawyer that's representing the exact subdivision that's going before Planning and Zoning on the 18th of December presenting Maricopa Regional Growth Report as a work session with no public comment? There are on the books currently for up to 70,000 dwelling units in Hidden Valley. We've expressed this concern before, and we do not have a lot of faith that this, using one lawyer to do this report, is fair and just and unbiased. We met with this very lawyer about this project, Sienna, and he referred to the area of Sienna, which is in the middle of Hidden Valley, as just desert. If that is his view, how can he be fair and unbiased presenting this to planning and zoning? He referred to the I-11 and Barnes. He referred to the I-11 as a done deal. It is not a done deal. He referred to Barnes Road as a road of significance. Barnes is 4 miles long. It starts at a mountain and it ends on a native reserve. Is this really going to be a road of significance? And he is using the presentation of these roads as major significance of trying to get density, multifamily, multi-level dwelling units. And tomorrow he's presenting to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I respectfully request that that item be pulled from the Planning and Zoning agenda to be fair to the citizens of Hidden Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Samina Hawes. Hawes is the last name. Hawa or ES. Help me pronounce your first name.
I will. Huh? I'm a little breathless. I want to start off by apologizing for my service animal. He's not feeling well today, and he doesn't get to take the day off when he's not feeling well. So I do apologize. And thank you, Clerk, for being so indulgent with that. My name is Shemin Hawes. I am from San Manuel, and I represent the San Manuel Community Forum. I basically wanted to show up today. I have agreement with some of the other presenters today about communication from the county about what's happening in our community. There was recently a meeting in the community center, which is not open to all members of our community, by the grants manager, Ms. Patel. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. My puppy is not well. I'm so sorry, folks. This meeting was not well advertised, but it was soliciting ideas for the HUD federal grants for community development block grant project ideas. There were 3 people in attendance at that meeting. One of them was a representative from our group. And we did compile a document with ideas that we would like to submit for consideration for application for these grants. Our little community needs a lot of help. We've been abandoned by the mining industry and pretty much left to die on the vine, and we don't want that to happen in our community. So I did send this via email to Ms. Heather Patel, who is the grants manager. The deadline for submission of comments was as of the last public meeting, which is today at 3 p.m. So I wanted to leave a copy with the clerk as well. And also an addendum which was submitted by Brian Cox pertaining to the lack of health care in San Manuel with the closing of our hospital by Sun Life Health Clinic. Finally, I would like to express a question from our forum group regarding there's a sign that says it's a Pinal County substation that's being renovated in San Manuel. We don't know what that's going to be used for, or it's like the only thing that's being done in San Manuel, and we don't even know what it is or what it's for. And also, we would like to request of the board that they might incorporate a Zoom format for the meetings so that the people in the rural towns like San Manuel could attend. I know that you do post video of the meetings for people to watch afterwards, but we would like to be able to communicate in real time. Okay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the cards I have. Is there anyone from the audience, anyone else like to address public comment period to the Board of Supervisors? Okay. Come forth, your name, and generally where you live.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jeffrey Fitzwater Castle, and I'm a resident of Apache Junction here in Arizona. I'm coming to speak about the data centers. I do have some concerns, and I did enter in a card. I did put in neutral. I'm leaning towards opposed to all of these projects. To start, incremental demand from new high water use facilities increases risk to residents and other users. Before approving these items, it would be prudent for the board to consider a cumulative impact assessment of existing and proposed data centers and other high water use facilities, including supply sources, pumping and treatment, infrastructure, storage, discharge, and resiliency under drought conditions. Beyond sheer volume, the project raises water quality and management questions. Blowdown from evaporative cooling system contains concentrated minerals and chemical additives like corrosion inhibitors, biocides, and anti-scaling agents. How will this facility handle that waste stream? Will it discharge to sewer, manage on-site, reuse, or treat, or some combination? What chemical agents are proposed for the cooling systems, and what safeguards will prevent accidental release or infiltration to groundwater, our stormwater, or adjacent parcels of land? If groundwater is used or its quality affected, what monitoring and mitigation will be in place to ensure no degradation of the aquifer or nearby wells? Will reclaimed water be reused in lieu of potable supply for cooling or landscaping? For the community and for the board to make fully informed decisions, the following details should be made available and addressed. An estimated daily, peak, monthly, and annual water demand with breakdown by use, identification of water source or sources, cooling system design and technology to be used, and the expected water losses, water reuse or recycling plans, and how wastewater will be managed, the chemical additives and concentrations to be used in the cooling system, and plans for safe handling, containment, discharge, and or recycling, monitoring, reporting, and public availability of data related to water consumption, chemical use, water discharge volumes, and any non-compliance incidents, response and adaptation in years of water shortages, supply restrictions, or significant regional water stress. What we really need is an independent third-party review and verification of water use assumptions and impact modeling. And I ask the board that when you're approving projects like this, you take into account the effects on the working class and the people in the region before big companies. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, moving on. Oh, Roberto.
Roberto Reveles, resident of Gold Canyon. Mr. Chairman, thanks to Arizona's first Mexican-American Congresswoman, Adelita Grijalva, yesterday's historic vote on the Epstein pedophile case dramatically signals the beginning of the end of Donald Trump's decadent dictatorship that has defecated on the legacy of the once grand old party. I can't help but recall the grand old party leader, Ronald Reagan, who in 1984 launched a campaign theme with the uplifting words, "It's morning again in America." In that spirit, I offer today's remarks in hopes we can launch a new morning again in Pinal County, a new morning that underscores three objectives. One, stop reviving baseless claims of a stolen election. Two, stop shifting blame on the January 6th foiled insurrection. And three, listen to your constituents during call to the public as we focus on issues within the board's authority and jurisdiction. Following last regular board meeting, November 5, I submitted a copy of my prepared text to each of you. Let me refresh your memory. In that written statement, I criticized Supervisor Surtees' remarks that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from candidate Donald Trump, and his additional statement that the January 6th violent attack against the Capitol was instigated by 275 FBI agents involving hundreds more. Furthermore, I criticized the board's silence on Trump's cuts affecting Medicaid health care, public education, affordable housing, aid for road construction, clean energy production, public lands protection, and tax incentives related to electric vehicles that directly hurt our county's economy. Contrary to the board's silence, these federal actions are affecting Pinal County families and our economy. These issues are indisputably within the board's authority and jurisdiction. The board's silence strategy moves me to respectfully request that the board give direction to the staff that will allow the public to help you. Direction to place on the next board agenda discussion of how the public can constructively help in this situation. Help by convincing the congressional delegation to restore funding to these issues affecting our residents and economy. Today is the first opportunity you've had to respond to my constructive criticism. Please respond by accepting this offer of help from your constituents. Your voters stand ready to help. Silence will not restore funding to Pinal County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Oops. Oops.
Watch me on that.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm Noel Reck from Eloy. General thoughts. I'm glad Representative Grijalva has been finally sworn in, and Arizona and Pinal County are fully represented in the House. I'm happy the shutdown is over, although I'm skeptical the deal will be reneged on, and Pinal County citizens will be placed in the same exact danger they were before. I'm glad Trump, seeing the damage his tariffs have created, has walked some of them back. I hope this will bring some relief to consumers and producers alike in Pinal County and across the nation. I'm astounded at the complete reversal by Trump and the congressional Republicans on the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and I'm concerned the new investigation of Democrats is a ploy to keep the files from being released while the new investigation is underway. Now, my focus on a topic fully related to Pinal County, the distance and at times animosity which exists between some members of the board and some members of the public. I believe it comes down to the very nature of your jobs, the rules regarding call to the public, and the sense of a relatively closed consent agenda, reacting versus responding. Let me explain. First, reacting. You're called upon to react to various requests, approve or disapprove purchasing requests, election results, intergovernmental agreements, appointments, cell phone towers, easements, and the like. Now, responding. During call to the public, you're not allowed to respond to comments unless you're called out or criticized by name. At times, that automatically leads to contentious, if not heated, responses. Often, members choose to not respond, leaving speakers wondering what impact or significance their comment had on the board. That was the case for me at the last few meetings. I didn't want to be critical of you. I just wanted a response. So, following the rules, I mildly criticized you and still got no response. Sadly, with the criticism and rule in place, you can't even respond at all when you're praised. With all that in mind, I have a suggestion. Open up the consent agenda to a more collaborative examination of topics between the board and the public. Going back to the last meeting, here's an example. Discussion, approval, disapproval of an amicus brief to the suit filed by Attorney General Mays regarding the delay in swearing in Representative Grijalva to the House of Representatives. Doing so would have allowed the board and county officials to respond to constituents' concerns and questions, voice their own, and allow follow-up comments and questions, as is currently practiced during the consent agenda portion of the meeting. This would require the board to work with the public to place such an item on the agenda. So my question is this. Supervisors Goodman, McClure, Miller, and Vitiello, are you open to my suggestion to follow rules, I must now strongly criticize you for not responding to me at the last meeting and ask most reasonably for your response today. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for call to the public? Okay, seeing none.
Yes.
Anybody? Jeff?
So yeah, I felt compelled to address the fact that we are Pinal County Supervisors, and after listening to the drivel of the big lie, which was manufactured because of the Stop the Steal movement, and still no answer on what happened to the 15 million extra votes that were somehow mysteriously appeared in the last election, and now they're gone again. So we'll see in the next election if those 15 million come back, or if we truly have a real election. And it's great to see the almost unanimous vote on the Epstein files, and I don't think that whole process is going to go the way some people are hoping. So let's get it all out there in the open.
Okay. Jeff, Lord? I will just say that putting call to the public agenda items or on an agenda in the future is a possibility. I have to weigh them with the amount of business that we do on a daily basis. I certainly will consider, but I would tell you on an Amiga brief from this county, which would require the county attorney to prepare that, and after the somewhat, I guess contentious might not be the best word to use, on the radio between the two, the attorney general and our county attorney, I doubt that we would produce an Amiga brief from this office, and so I have to look at it as to what would advance the ball, and I didn't see that happening, and I fully thought all along that those Epstein files that Grijalva would be sworn in as soon as they all got back to Washington, D.C., which is what happened. So anyway, I'm open to putting things on the agenda. I kind of need to know if we have a good substance and if we're looking for an outcome or if we're just looking for a discussion. So I'll take that under advice and work with our county attorney's office and the county manager's office in the future on items. So moving along to item number 9, which has a public hearing component, but we'll have a presentation. I'm going to stop 1 minute too. For agenda items on the planning and zoning, we have no authority on that. I will defer that to the county attorney's office to address that with not only the public, but the planning and zoning department and their agendas and what have you. I think tomorrow is just, that's probably not a good word to use, a study session. I don't know if there's any votes attached to it or not. I don't believe so. And I'm looking at my county attorney to validate that.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Brad Miller, Pinal County Attorney. Yes, we have one of my attorneys who will be present at that meeting tomorrow, the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Okay.
He's very experienced. He's been doing this for a number of years, so he can answer questions, concerns at that meeting tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we are represented, though.
Okay.
Did that fully answer the chairman's question?
I think so,
Okay.
and I will, but I may contact you later and discuss a couple more items about that. Okay. Okay, on to item 9. I'm sorry. Stafford.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Valentin Panchenko, Senior Planner. I'm here to present to you case CSR-017-25. It's KB Home Skyline Enclose 60-foot flagpole. This is a comprehensive sign package to allow installation of 60-foot high American flagpole. The applicant seeks approval to enhance the effectiveness of business signage and to install a flagpole at the sales office model home. That's located within the incorporated town of Santan Valley. This is the general location. Here's the vicinity map. It's inside a subdivision. Here's aerial map of the property. There is existing temporary use permit for the model home and sales office. This is a site plan and example of the typical flagpoles in the surrounding areas. Sign review committee recommended approval for this case with 2 stipulations, and the county has received no public comments on this proposed signage. If board has any questions regarding the case, to the staff.
Okay. Is the applicant here? They're not here?
Not here.
Any questions of staff? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this item number 9. Does anybody want to speak on item number 9? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve item number 9 as presented with 2 stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Aye.
We'll take that as that's a delayed reaction. That's unanimous. Okay, brings us to item number 10. That also has a public hearing component to it, but we will hear from staff first.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, board members, Sangeeta Devkar, Planning Supervisor. First, giving you an overview of the major comprehensive plan amendments for this 2025 that Pinal County has received. So basically, the major comprehensive plan amendments are land use proposals and amendments that have been requested. To give you an overview of the schedule, this is the last hearing, the last portion of the schedule that makes the final decision whether they're approved or not approved. We had the September 4th Citizens Advisory Committee meeting and October 16th, the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We had received these 6 major comp plan amendments. The ones which are striked out, number 10 and 12, were kind of withdrawn by the applicant themselves. So what we have remaining as today are the 4, La Osa project, Project Midway, Griffin Energy, and the Energy Generation and Technology Campus, the 4 major comp plan amendments. Just to give you an overview of the location of these, one can see that the concentration of these has been in the central west portion of Pinal County, and they're marked by those green and red circles. There's one which is to the south central, which is closer to Red Rock, and that's just one of that. To the north is the one which was withdrawn, and that was the Silver King Solar. This year's amendment proposals have been around energy usage, and the requested land use classifications have been green energy production, employment, and general public facilities. This just gives an overview of what are the uses allowed under each of those land use classifications. Green energy production is only utility-scale solar plant with battery energy storages. Employment includes industrials, offices, business parks, warehousing, distribution, and data centers. We have the general public facilities and services land use, which allows public and quasi-public facilities like power plants, landfills, solid waste transfer stations, wastewater facilities, and water campuses. To look at these 4 proposals that are going to be presented, one needs to just kind of look at the overall Pinal County growth facts. 2020 to 2025, the growth rate for Pinal County, population increased has been 21.49%, and making it one of the fastest growing county in Arizona during this period, and 5th nationally. Factors contributing, obviously, are affordable housing, industrial development, and the suburban expansion. And therefore, those energy projects or proposal amendments that have been coming up are related to those. The first one is the La Osa project, which is PZPA 01125. This is a major comprehensive plan amendment for 3,374 acres from land use classifications that are existing are very low density residential, moderate low density residential, there's existing open space, to employment, general public facilities services, and proposed open space. Location is along Green Canal, Santa Cruz Wash, at the extended planning boundary of south of the city of Eloy. We have multiple owners, Verma La Osa Ranch I-10, Sasco 3700 LLC, Sasco Road, Casa Grande 3677 Acres LLC. We have the applicant agent, Rob Klang, and of course, Rose Law Group is the agent representing the applicant. This is the location map showing with a red star, as shown earlier. It's to the south, central portion of Pinal County, close to Eloy. This is the vicinity map showing the project boundary, which is kind of jagged, has multiple parcels, and the reason for that is the location along the green wash of the Santa Cruz wash. So basically, it ribbons along that wash. One can see that the land use basically is state land, and there's portions and pockets of general rural that are there, and some entitled communities, which is to the south. Further zooming into what the existing land use, and you can see that it has also a portion of the aerial showing location of activity center to the north of it. The dotted line is showing the project boundary, and the land use existing, as stated earlier, are 3 land uses: very low density residential, moderate low density residential, and existing open space. And those have been proposed for employment, general public facility services, and proposed open space. Land use context over here is to give you a perspective of the open space, the Santa Cruz Wash and the Green Wash that is going along. You can see that the open space is also to the south of that portion of the project area. To the east is, the employment, and you can see the proximity to activity centers along I-10, and then Baumgartner Road is the major access to this La Osa project, and the Sasco Road, which diagonally goes from east to down south, diagonally on this, and it ribbons along this whole area. This is an overall land use context. Aerial map, again, showing, further shows the washes and the project area and the boundaries that is ribboned along that wash. This is the mail-out boundary. You can see that most of it is surrounded by state land to the north-south, and there are pockets, as I said, about general rural, and there's BLM land to the south. One can also see some CI2, that is industrial zoning, to the east of this, towards the Red Rock area. The main access is from the Baumgartner Road to this project, which is the major parcel to the northwest of this boundary, project boundary. So uses requested under these are the employment, which talks about the data center, business park offices, warehouses, and distribution. There's a proposal, there's a thought for also looking at gas-fired power plant and a BESS. And the portions that are going for the open space are areas that cross within that area with the wash. So which includes the recreation, the trail development, and those areas would be conserved as part of the proposal. This gives a perspective, again, of this project and the number of parcels that are going. And you can also see that the dotted lines are showing existing KV lines that cross.
Everyone else has left the call.
Sorry about that. Those red lines are showing the existing 115 kV lines, and this is the proposal at this point in time, showing the purple as the employment, the blue as the general public facilities and services, and portion that is green is going to be left as open space as part of the wash. So this is a draft development plan that has been proposed and shown over here. And again, this is to show you the open space map where portions that are going to be left open do have the trail that goes, and it is proposed along a really unique area that has unique geological features. It would require studies moving forward in terms of looking at flood mapping areas and trails with wildlife movement corridors that would need to be mapped before it really moves forward with the further zoning and the PAD and then the site plans. Again, just giving you and summarizing the proposal context, it abuts employment land use compatible to surrounding land uses within proximity to 2 high-intensity activity centers and 1 mid-intensity activity center proposed in the comp plan. Energy needs have been projected for activity centers for these existing and proposed Pinal County Comprehensive Plan. La Osa area ensures environmental considerations. Large portions of wash have been left as open space, ensuring protection of wash connectivity features to wildlife and trails, and utilization of existing electrical gas infrastructures. It crosses with 215 kV lines, 1 230 kV line to the south, and a gas pipeline approximately 5 miles to the west. Site surroundings and conditions, project along the Green Canal of the Santa Cruz Wash. Parcels are within extended planning area of the city of Eloy. Large portion of the site falls within a major flood zone and a flood-prone area called the Green Wash Watershed. And this area has proposed multi-use trail corridor traversing along those parcels. Flood zone indicates high risk of flooding with 1% annual chance of flooding known as the 100-year flood. The southeast and west of the property is undeveloped and agricultural land zoned, general rural, and owned by ASLD and BLM. And large portion of the area is also about proposed open space where there's no development expected in near future. Obviously, potential challenges for the site location are the drainage patterns from northwest to southeast. Additional surveys, geotechnical reports, and analysis is warranted. Site is subject to flooding and also subject to off-site flows. Detailed hydrological studies would be required moving forward. Improvements in floodplain would require floodplain permits as required by Pinal County Public Works. Staff has received 27 letters in opposition and 9 letters of support. 9 letters of support are the immediate neighbors surrounding those project boundaries. So concerns are basically negatively altering the forest area, impact and alteration to desert ecology, wildlife habitat, water usage, increase in water and electrical bills for residents, number of jobs versus the vast area of devastation of desert land and the greenwash pollution. These were the concerns that have been raised in those opposition letters. The Citizens Advisory Committee, this was held on 5th September, they voted 11-4, recommending approval to the PNZ. Planning and Zoning had held this public hearing October 16th, and they voted 7-3, recommending approval to the Board of Supervisors. And I'm open for questions if the board may have. And we also have a presentation by the applicant, just for your information, yeah.
Okay, great. Any questions of staff this time? Okay.
This presentation is an updated presentation. Just this is for record because we have been receiving multiple letters of support and opposition, which has been amended, and that this is what the presentation is. Just
Okay.
FYI.
And further confirming that it has been indeed presented to the clerk and it is attached to the agenda item.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for staff? None? Okay. If the applicant will present.
Is it just the next slide? Or? Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Court Rich from the Rose Law Group. It is my pleasure to be here this morning to present this case, and I actually have a couple other cases after this that I'll be presenting as well. My theme of the day for you all is economic development opportunities for Pinal County, and I want to talk you first through this project. You may be asking yourselves why in this location, and so let me get into it. There we go. So there's key electrical infrastructure in this area, and a project like this needs to be near key electrical infrastructure. And so there are existing transmission lines that I depict on this map. There's a main gas pipeline that are all very important. And on the electrical front, when you look at a data center, that's one of the biggest things we talk about. We've already begun working with Electrical District Number 4, and you'll see a letter of support from them in your packet as well. Now, one of the things that gives me the greatest sort of relief with a project is when you have the neighbors in support. And in this case, I don't know that I've worked on a project of this scale that's ever had more neighborhood support. So let me show you on a map where it says, I don't want to confuse you, the whole orange area is the site for this project. The word site, it just sets aside the whole thing. All of the parcels in green represent folks that have written letters of support for this project. I think a half dozen of them showed up to speak in support at the Planning Commission. Some of them are here today. And so the feedback we've received is the people in the area, the landowners that are next door, want this project. They see the opportunity for the region. They see the opportunity for Pinal County and the local area, and they're inviting it into the neighborhood, and they like it. Let me get into some more details about it. Here's, I think Sankita already told you about this, but here's the map of what we're asking to get approved. A large swath of open space, almost 1,000 acres of open space that would be set aside and preserved as open space forever. And then the nuts and bolts of the project are a mix of the employment designation, which you see in purple, which is where when we come back for zoning, we will be proposing to build the data centers. And then the general public facilities, which is where we'll be building gas-fired power plants to help power this with energy generated on site, which I know is the local electrical district is very excited about that as well. So here's some of the stuff that I just want to make sure I summarize with you, and we haven't got into it yet, but the second bullet point on there is about tax revenue. So this project, I started out talking about economic development opportunities, but this project is an investment of nearly $20 billion, $20 billion, potentially more depending on how the site plan actually works out. But what that means is we are creating a tax-generating machine for the county. Over 25 years, it's going to generate well over $1 billion in tax revenue. It will create hundreds of jobs, if not thousands of jobs directly, and several hundred more indirectly. And so, in in a project I've got later, there's a formal report that's been done by Elliott Pollock, and I'll talk you through some specific data center numbers there. But this is the kind of thing that can allow you all, when you're doing the tough job of setting property tax rates, to be able to keep taxes lower for the rest of the community, because you'll have a giant property tax engine here that is just generating tons of property tax. It's an ideal location with local support. Currently, this area, as you saw on the general plan, comprehensive plan, could be, you could build thousands of homes there. That's what it's cited for. I would submit this is a much better use for that site to try to create jobs and opportunity than housing in that more remote area. A key to all of this, and I think there's a misunderstanding from a lot of the folks in the public, this project will not be using water-cooled technology. I can't say that loud enough. I've said it at several of the hearings, and people still come up and say you're going to use too much water to cool it, but we're not using water cooling technology. We're going to use either air cooling or a closed loop system, and they will, when the zoning hearing comes, you will hear us and see us stipulate to that use. That means that we have to do that, and that then has the force of law. There is no option to have a stipulation that says you will do closed loop cooling system and then do something else. And so I just want to reassure you all and those in the public that are rightfully concerned about the resources that these types of projects would use, that this is a project that's committed to doing water cooling without water. Fire service, I know Chief Heaton is here today. We've been working with Pinal County, the future Pinal County Fire and Medical Authority. We have a commitment with them that through the zoning process we'll enter into an agreement with them for service. Not only does that help our project, but it brings fire service to this whole rural area, more reliable fire service. So that's a benefit for everybody. I already talked about, I'm just following the bullet points down here, I talked about Electrical District number 4 in support. We're preserving all this open space. I think one of the keys here is you've seen a lot of energy projects lately. This is an energy project that's going to use the energy that they're generating right there to create jobs. And we're close to key infrastructure. So we've been really fortunate to have support every step of the way, from the Citizens Advisory Committee to the Planning Commission. And I'm here today to ask you for all your support. We really would appreciate that, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Any questions of the applicant at this time?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Rich, when you talk about power generation, on site and for the project, my understanding of statute is that these types of companies cannot actually make their own power because it's in statute that they, from years ago, from lobbying by the electrical companies, that said that you can't do that. You got to buy power from us. So, are we talking about generating on site, selling it to the electrical district, and then buying it back? Is that how this goes, or is this direct and has statute changed and I'm not aware of it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, that's a great question. I deal with these energy issues all day, so that's very astute. The vision right now and the discussion with ED4, we anticipate we'll have ED4 taking possession of that energy and selling it to us to avoid some of those regulatory issues. It's not fully worked out yet. We need to get through this phase before, there's millions of dollars of studies on electricity and those type of things that will go into it. But you're right. In general, it's much easier to have the electrical district, the utility involved in that transaction.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Court, I just was curious. So fire protection is very important to me. Will there be fire protection for the surrounding people in that area? Because they probably don't have fire service today. And if they do, great. But if they don't, how will we guarantee their safety if there is a fire?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vitiello, I appear in front of many boards, commissioners, I forget what's what. But Supervisor, so Chief Heaton is here, and that would be a great question for him. My understanding is that by bringing the fire department in to service this area, it will create the opportunity to serve the surrounding areas as well, and they would respond to those. I believe they already respond in the areas surrounding their districts. So when we can get them there, we think it's going to be better for everybody.
Okay, we'll wait for him to come up on that. But right. I wanted to also ask you jobs. You speak of a lot of jobs. what guarantee and what phases will these jobs start outside of construction jobs? We know there's probably thousands of construction jobs. After this was built, how many jobs will this actually really produce as the project gets built?
That's a great question. So we would anticipate that it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 jobs. It's going to depend on the site plan and what we come back to you at the time of zoning, how many buildings end up being built. But typically in the data center world, you're looking at somewhere around 100 to 140 jobs per data center, depending on the structure of it and how it's operated. Could be more or less, but that's kind of the typical number. And so I know a lot of, frankly, a lot of data centers have sort of gotten the rap that there's not a lot of jobs, but like it's not manufacturing, I'll submit to that, but it is a really, really big opportunity for job creation in the region.
Okay, and then, of course, obviously, water is always the issue. You spoke about a closed-loop system. You also spoke about, air conditioning, we'll call it. Everybody is always concerned that down the road that the chips need to be cooled better or more, and then that's when you need to come back and actually add a system that's going to cool the chip system. What guarantees that will we have in writing that this system will be a closed system, and then also the same thing with the water usage will be actually the number of acre feet proposed, which we always hear is much lower than housing or agriculture. What guarantees will we have that this whole data center and everything will use less water?
So when we come in, good question again, when we come in for zoning, we would expect your staff to propose, but if they don't, we will, a stipulation that says that we will not utilize water-cooled system and that we will utilize a closed-loop system for cooling. And when that stipulation then goes into place on the approved zoning, that's the law for this project. And so, as I mentioned, this is likely $20 billion of investment. And before you do anything with an investment of that size, you have to get opinion letters from attorneys that review these things and tell you can do or can't do all of the various things that you want to do on the site. Can you build a building this tall? Can it be this color? Can it be this shape? Can you have this equipment? One of those things that will have to be checked off is they're going to look at the cooling system, and if the user is proposing to do anything other than what the law says, there's no way they're going to get funding for a project to do something other than what, a $20 billion project isn't going to just go, oh, I'm going to do something different than what the law says. So I would think you can rest assured that once that's a zoning stipulation, then that is the law of the project, and that's all they have the option to do.
Okay, and then the other thing is, with a gas-generated system, you're looking at noise. Again, there's a decibel that's allowed. There's humming noises. The generators kick on. Is this going 24/7? Is this 30% usage when the generators kick on? Because all this stuff is what I'm hearing in all other areas that I want to make sure that the constituents in this area are not going to be woke up in the middle of the night because this thing runs, these generators. I know there's baffles or mufflers for the simple terms, but what guarantee will they have that this thing isn't cranked up day and night, 24/7?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vitiello, when you go for the process to get a gas-fired power plant approved, you go through a process at the Arizona Corporation Commission. They have what's called the line siting committee. And during that process, they make you submit noise studies, and they do noise evaluations to make sure that your technology is in line with whatever the standards are for that technology. And so the order that will then allow them to build this will have already reviewed a sound study and will have designated that this is using the best equipment and models of dampening that sound. The other thing, we do like this location because it's in a good location. All the neighbors seem to enjoy the idea of this going there. So I think that concern, I hope, has been mitigated.
Okay, and then all that extra open space that you say about 1,000 acres, is there going to be plans 10, 20 years down the road that you guys say, well, let's start building more on that, where the people who are for this project now have said, well, wait a second, he's got 1,000 extra acres. What guarantee that won't be built on top of this?
Another good question. So in the zoning process, that will also be set aside as open space. And in fact, there's a regional trail that will go through there, I believe, is what the staff's plans are. And so I think that's another thing that we're going to commit to in that process, and I'm sure you all will hold us to that.
Okay. And if Chief could say a few words about this, because again, fire protection is very important to me. I want to know that the constituents in this area are going to be protected.
For sure.
So if you'd like to say something, if it's necessary.
That'll be if he wants to come up during the call to the public, because he's not part of the presentation. Is he, or is he part of
He is not part of the presentation. I believe he filled out a card, though, to come up, and I'm sure he hears you loud and clear, so he'll be up here.
Okay. Any more questions for the presenter?
I'd like to reserve a minute to come back if there's something to
No,
clear up.
I'll allow you to
Thank
answer
you.
questions if questions come out of the
Appreciate it.
public comment period. So just for some housekeeping understanding, we're going to take each one of these individually. They'll each have a public hearing component to it. We're going to handle them one at a time. We will hear the staff, the applicant, open the public hearing, close the public hearing, answer any questions, and vote on it. Then we'll go to the next item. So they're going to be one at a time as we go through this. And for those that haven't noticed, Supervisor Goodman has joined us. So anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Anybody want to speak to this item? And I do have some cards. So I should just go through the cards first. Is it Brenit Benir? It looks like Bennin. Benin? For the last name?
I think over the
Are they here? Oh, there we go. Thank you. I'm sorry for butchering your name. We'll allow you to clean that all up and also tell us kind of where you're from.
Good morning. To the panel, I'm Mr. Vitello, Mr. Miller, Supervisor, and the board. I am Bernadette Benning.
Okay.
I am East Bungardner Road, south of the I-10. Okay. I am so excited for this program. You have no idea. This is a great program as far as the data center. I have went through so much this year and in the past, and I'm sure each and every one of you on the panel has as well, regarding the data center. Data centers are a storage for information. And I've grown up where it started, where you had to gather data from banking. You put it in a box. You had to research it. Then you went to the microfiche, and you had to take the wheels off. And now we're going for a new change, a data center, a computer. It just stores the information, and it spreads from one side to the other, and it's more simpler. So I'm open for change, and I just wish that each of you would be open for the change as well. I'm very confident that the person that is doing the project is looking out for our safety as far as if there's a fire. That would be more welcome to us in the area. And I just wanted to give my opinion and say thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Renala White, is it White? W-I-T-E? Just white like the color? Okay.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Renella White. My family has lived in the Red Rock area, farmed, ranched, and lived there for over 150 years. And we totally approve of this project. Mr. Vermaland has kept us well informed. They've been easy to work with over the years as they have owned this land. Actually, a good portion of my ranch, deeded land, adjoins right up to Vermaland, and I don't have any concerns about this project. I welcome it. Down in our area in Red Rock, we've kind of been forgotten. We're way down on the south edge of the county, and we look forward to some opportunities that this can bring to our area. Some employment opportunities and other things, and also the infrastructure such as fire protection and things like that. And so this just comes from my heart. I'm just a rancher, but I've lived there a long time and totally approve of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Lamorick? Oh,
Lamro.
How is it?
Lamro.
Lamro? Okay. Wow.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. Thank you, Chairman Miller. Thank you, supervisors, for taking a minute and listening to us. I know that it's not easy to be in charge. I've been there before. And my least favorite position when my kids were playing Little League is they'd get a parent out of the audience to be an umpire. I hated it. No matter what you call, you're going to have somebody unhappy. And that's kind of your position. You have to call it. And you were put there for a reason. You guys were either elected or appointed, and we appreciate your service to be there and do that. And I am speaking in favor of Verma land. I own a section of ground there just right next to the project, 640 acres. I've owned that for 21 years. And in that 21-year period, for a farmer rancher, my property taxes are about $50,000 a year, so I paid over $1 million in property taxes for the 21 years I've been there. And yet when I first moved down there, I had a paved road on Bumgarner from Picacho Highway to Wheeler, 2 miles. It fell apart. It went to potholes. The county abandoned it, tore the asphalt out, and made it a graded dirt road. So it's a graded dirt road now. When I first went down there, we had some problem with some law enforcement. We called Pinal County. They go, oh, you guys are too far down there. That's out of our jurisdiction. I go, heck, it's in Pinal County. Called Eloy. Eloy said they couldn't handle it. Said, we were a strong believer in the Second Amendment. So I said, oh, okay. And so that's kind of how we handle it. When we were harvesting our cotton picker caught on fire, and we had to put the fire out ourselves. We're way down there. And yet it's a beautiful place. And I want to compliment you because Pinal County right now is a blank slate. It's beautiful. People from all over the world are coming here. When I was born, there was only 800,000 people in Arizona. We were so excited when we hit 1 million. When I graduated high school, there was 1.7 million. Now there's 7.7 million people in Arizona, and they're still coming because it's beautiful. And so it's like the cattle. When they're stampeded, many of you guys have worked with livestock, been around animals, you got to get on the horse, you got to get ahead of them, you got to slow them down, you got to turn them, and you got to make it work. And that's your position. But it's going to happen. They're coming here. This is a beautiful place. I think these guys are doing a great job. We want to support whatever happens to improve our life, our positions, and we feel like the forgotten stepchildren of South Pinal County, because south of that I-10 down there, it's like we haven't existed, and yet we still pay taxes. And when we pay our property taxes on our equipment, the county flew a drone over to check all my equipment to make sure they were collecting all of the taxes on it. But we couldn't keep the road up or have the law enforcement. But we appreciate you. Thank you. I speak in favor of it.
Thank you. We're similar in age. Tyler's Stein?
Okay. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Tyler Stein, Policy Analyst with Rural Arizona Engagement. I live in Casa Grande, and we are here to speak in opposition to the La Josa project as well as the other data centers that are being heard today. I am concerned about the impact of data centers on water, energy, and our wallets. Arizona is a desert state, and we are in a mega drought. Pinal County has a limited supply of water. Just a few years ago, we lost our allocation of Colorado River water, and now farmers and families depend on groundwater. There are no regulations on industrial use of groundwater in Pinal County, and if you allow these data centers to overtax our groundwater supplies, you are putting our communities at risk of wells going dry and substance. Even though data centers with air cooling technology use less water directly, they end up using more water indirectly because they require more energy, and energy requires water. And the more energy we use, the more power generating facilities will need. If electricity isn't coming from wind and solar, it will need to come from natural gas, which will lead to an increase in air pollution and greenhouse gas pollution. Another concern is that this project could cause utility rates to increase, as many data centers that have already been built have pushed our utilities to the brink. Data centers use around 350 megawatts of electricity, and if more continue to get approved, we are looking at a usage of upwards to 19,000 megawatts in utility service areas across the state. Even APS is looking at a 14% rate increase. We respectfully ask that you deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sippard Aliz, A-L-I-Z-A-B-H.
Chairman Miller, members of the board, Sapand Alizada, Arizona Technology Council, 2800 North Central Avenue, Suite 1530. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today, and I am here to speak in favor of the La Osa project. Arizona Technology Council submitted letters of support for this, as well as other of the major comprehensive plan amendments. But speaking to this project, data centers, there's a lot of misconceptions about them. That, they're just there, sucking energy, sucking water, they're not really contributing. That could not be further from the truth. Data centers create jobs on site, but also for every one job created on site at a data center, 6 other jobs are created in the local economy. This is not Sapand Alizada quoting this. This is from a PwC report published in 2023. So if Pinal County wants advanced manufacturers here, defense contractors, et cetera, we're going to have data centers, because data centers are critical components of the infrastructure that these other companies, other industries need. And the jobs that are created are attainable jobs. And what I mean by that is that these are jobs that don't need 4-year degrees. These are jobs that individuals can have with 2-year technical certifications. Last Friday, I attended a data center summit in Chandler, and the entry-level role can make $70,000 a year working at a data center, an individual who comes in at an entry-level role. And that's with health benefits, dental, vision, and a 401k. So these are jobs that are life-changing. And so let's not say no to these types of jobs. And speaking of life-changing, in my last minute, I just want to share the experience I had with a data center. So on July 7th, 2024, I was in a very bad car accident in South Phoenix, a part of town I'm never really in. And Phoenix Fire and Medical Rescue Services showed up, got me out of my car, which was totaled, put me in an ambulance. And when they pulled up my health information, they were able to pull it up. And they were able to pull up all of my pre-existing health conditions, the medications I take, what I'm allergic to. That's all because that information is in a data center somewhere. Now, as I look across this audience, I see people of all different ages. I see mothers, fathers, grandparents. Don't you want to know that your loved ones will be taken care of if they ever find themselves in a situation like I did? If you do, you will support data centers, and that's why we support this project right here. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Tom, it looks like Prezelsia. How do you?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Tom Prezelski. I'm an Arizona native and the senior political advisor for Rural Arizona Engagement, which is based here in Coolidge, here in Pinal County. My colleague spoke to some of the issues that I was intending to address here. If you're building new electrical infrastructure, that's potentially millions of dollars. That's going to lead to higher utility rates. And our largest utilities in the state seem content to pass on those costs to the consumer, and the Corporation Commission has been letting them do it. So this is going to definitely lead to higher utility rates in the current climate. As far as water goes, we have to consider that here in Pinal County, the water situation is so tenuous that the legislature had to pass a special law to allow water to be transferred from agricultural use to residential use. If you're going to build a 3,000-acre facility, regardless of whether they're air cooling it or not, that is going to severely tax those water resources even more. Cities like Phoenix, Mesa, and Tucson, as well as Mojave County, have been looking into ways to make data centers more responsible for their utility and water use. This is something that we definitely need to look at across the state. And in the case of Mojave County, they have decided to make a move to not pursue data centers at all as part of their economic development planning. There are also questions about the long-term economic viability of data centers. We've heard some rather rosy predictions of how many jobs will be created by these data centers. Similar rosy predictions have been made around the country, and none of those have come to fruition. So, data centers may prove to be a bit of a bubble. We have the news this week that Peter Thiel is pulling out his investments from artificial intelligence, which is what's driving a lot of this development. So there are doubts that this will be here, that there will be tenants for this data center in 10 or 20 years. You'll just have a 3,000-acre complex that is empty, and I don't think that's good for anybody. Thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey Fitzwater, do you want to speak again?
Hello again, supervisors. Thank you for having me. Honestly, when I originally put in my card, I put in neutral, and now I'm speaking against the data centers. And everything I'm hearing and everything that I've seen and read about, and just historically the history of these data centers here in Arizona, but also across the country, especially the Midwest, is these are largely smash and grab operations. They come in, use tons of resources, make maybe a few hundred jobs, and then most of them construction, frankly. You get more construction jobs for about a year and a half, and then you end up with a few hundred people from there on. These centers don't generate hardly any economic activity. Frankly, they just don't support the local communities. These are big companies coming in and telling local communities what's right for us and that they know best. And to borrow a term being used earlier, it really is the fox guarding the hen house. Thank you.
Okay. And Jeff Heaton?
I have to check my watch. Still good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Jeff Heaton, and I'm the Fire Chief of the Arizona City Fire District. And I'm here to speak on behalf of this project. Supervisor Vitello, you really speak my language, and I was glad to hear your questions. Long before these data centers, we had the vision from the Arizona City Fire District to really service areas that had no fire or life safety. We're one of 3 states left that in many of the areas that we're discussing today, no fire or life safety services are coming. It's just the way it is. So about a year ago, long before these data projects, we approached the Pinal County Attorney's Office to see if we could start to build an agency that we're going to name Pinal County Fire and Medical Authority. The County Attorney's Office was gracious enough to support that with legal action to start to drive this process across Pinal County. My agency, our resources are constantly being requested to go outside our fire district, typically by request of the sheriff's office, to provide fire and life safety services. And it's just not why we got into this organization. 11 years ago, I started with the Arizona City Fire District. It's my 41st year serving this. We do it to provide services for fire and life safety to our constituents. So we started to build this model to provide services for all these areas that do not currently have fire and life safety services. So Supervisor Vitale, you're absolutely right. Our drive behind this was to provide these services to areas that do not have it. The power plants really are the bolus that allows us to do it more aggressively, more quickly, and allows us to put more resources where resources currently aren't there, or in some of the cases where there are resources, they're on a voluntary basis, and they don't bring paramedic coverage that we're talking about bringing. So our staff has been advanced trained in battery energy storage solutions, alternative technologies. We've looked at the practices. Specifically to these projects, we have letters of authority and aggregation with these units to provide services. The owners of these subjects have committed to work with the newly formed agency, Pinal County Fire and Medical Authority or Association, to provide those services to not only the entities we're talking about today, but those shared resources will go across and allow us to provide fire and life safety services to everybody in those areas. So our growth, our plan is to drive that process forward. As many of you know today, with the building construction processes we use, fires are resetting themselves in minutes, and life safety services have to be there within 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. Is anybody else from the audience want to speak on item number 10 in the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Presenter, are there any?
Thank you,
Did you hear any questions that you want to address?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, thanks for your time. I'd like to thank everyone from the public who came and spoke. Particularly, like to thank the neighbors who drove up here to lend their support for us, and those that did it at previous meetings as well. I think the only thing I would mention or follow up on that was referenced is with regard to electric bills. That's why this project is building its own power plant. So it will be paying for the costs to increase the electrical grid and generation needed for this project. And that's exactly what we're going to work with Electrical District Number 4 on, making sure that this project pays its own way. But otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions you all have, and again, ask you for your support.
Any questions of the applicant?
So, thank you, Chief Eaton. But Court, I wanted to ask, how far away is this project from their station? Are they building another station? How are you going to be able to respond, I guess is the question I really should have asked at that particular time, if there is a fire in that area? There isn't a station there today, and what's the distance today? Is it 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles? And if not, will they build a station? And how financially are they going to be able to support that? Or is this something this project is supporting financially?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor, yes, this project will be supporting it financially. We've already begun those discussions with the fire district, and it will then enable them to serve from that area, not remotely. So when we're back at the zoning time, we'll certainly have all the details for you on that. And if it's not to your liking, I'm sure you'll tell us, and we'll make it to your liking so that we can move forward. So, yeah, thanks.
Court, I need to ask a question real quick here, because I think some of the perception is skewed. This is the comprehensive plan. Realistically, before there was ever, how long before a shovel would be put in the ground? I mean, it could be a decade.
We certainly hope it's not a decade, Mr. Chairman. I think
but it could be.
With infrastructure like this, there's certainly, even if you're moving as fast as you possibly can, there are some long lead time things that need to occur. Engineering studies with electrical, ordering, the parts
just
of
ordering
these things.
The parts.
So yeah, I mean, you're probably looking at a handful of years at best before we'd be able to get moving, and we need to get through this phase.
If you got it done in 6 years, it'd be a miracle.
Yeah, it certainly won't be done then. I think they're excited about trying to get the first phase going as soon as possible, and obviously they need to get the signal from you all that you're supportive of that, so then they can go make real investments and move forward with it.
Right, and I think that, and certainly, I support the efforts by the fire chief and the idea to expand the services of fire and rescue and EMTs and stuff throughout the county. I think that's wonderful. I hope that we can really pursue that. But to this project and to all these projects coming forward, we're at the comprehensive plan level. There's years of engineering and planning that before any of this stuff actually happens. So anyway, I just wanted to share that and confirm that with you as I go forward.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
Go
ahead.
Just a comment or two. One of them is that one of the gentlemen that came up and called to the public, there was a comment made about the data centers and contributing to the grid as far as power is concerned. That's been a concern of all the major cities throughout I was on a MAG call the other day, and that was a discussion that came up, and that's one thing that, based on what you're telling us and what we're looking at, they are adding to the grid because of the amount of power that you're taking. And so some of these projects that are coming forward to us, that's the need that they're going to need to be able to perform. But you referenced noise earlier. I constantly go back to the project that SRP, the gas generating plant that they have, right smack dab almost in the middle of Gilbert. And they've built homes all around that, and there's not been any issues as far as the noise or anything else of that nature. And so for me, I support this project going forward because that was one of the things as me as a supervisor when I first ran was 80 to 85% of our population was having to leave this area to go to work. And that was a goal of mine always from the beginning was to bring and reverse that, bring the employment right here to where people could actually live, work, and play. And projects like this will help establish what I've been elected to do. I've listened to my constituents, and this is something that I am in favor of. So with that being said, I'm with that.
Yeah, I think even if it's 100 jobs, there's 100 jobs that are here. I mean, whatever the number is,
And these would be high-paying jobs.
And Supervisor McClure, on your question about the power, I looked into some of that, and there seems to be some leeway in making arrangements. If you want to produce the power, I think the power companies are on board with wanting you to do that, because none of these can even happen if more power is not produced from somewhere. And power generation has become is almost a bigger challenge than the water itself, because of the Colorado River downsize there on that power that comes to the southwest. So I think these power generation, even without data centers, are going to be popular throughout the southwest for a number of years. So after that, board's pleasure, unless there's any questions. Any other questions? Okay, board's pleasure. On item number 10.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 10 as presented.
Okay.
With no stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Okay. Brings us to item number 11. As I said earlier, it will have a public hearing component. We'll have a presentation by staff, and then we'll have a presentation by the applicant before we vote and before I open the public hearing component. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Justin Mullis, planner with Pinal County. I'll be presenting to y'all PZPA 01325, Project Midway. This proposal is a major comprehensive plan amendment from moderate low-density residential to employment for the proposed use of a data center. The location is generally at the southwest corner of South Midway Road and Selma Highway. The owners of the property are Selma and Midway LLC, and the agent/applicant is Whitney Morris Bach LLC. Here's the location map showing the approximate location of the proposal. You can see it is just north of the I-8 and south of Casa Grande.
Those are all 10.
Here's a case map showing the site location. It's all one parcel, but you can see it's bisected by El Paso natural gas easement. The current zoning is GR, and you can see it's surrounded by like GR zoning, as well as some MHP, CAR, and SH, and CR2 as well, those being predominantly residential zoning districts. Here's an aerial map showing the location of the site, some photos of the area. You can see that largely the surrounding uses are rural, vacant, some agricultural land uses, and some residential uses surrounding the property. And again, the vicinity map showing a little bit more of a zoomed out picture, the current zoning GR, some of the surrounding zoning categories, as well as Casa Grande, its proximity to the north, and you can see just south the proximity to I-8. Again, the aerial with that bisection diagonally from the El Paso easement, and again, you can see the property is currently vacant desert land. Here is the current comprehensive plan map. You can see some similar designation as what's being proposed, that purple employment scattered about predominantly along the I-8, as well as those red circular regions being the high-intensity activity centers that surround the area. And just south, we have the recently approved Project Bella natural gas power generation facility, as well as some area recently designated as green energy production to the site's east. And here's the proposed change. As you can see it going to purple, that's the employment designation that they're looking for on that property. Some site conditions. The project is northeast and out of the influence of the green wash. And the parcel is located just north of the I-8 corridor, where we've seen similar redesignations to employment. The parcel is within the extended planning area of the city of Casa Grande. The project is in flood zone X, indicating minimal risk of flooding. South and west of the property, as shown in the photometrics, undeveloped land and or agricultural land, zoned general rural, GR. And north and east of the property are undeveloped agricultural and some residential land, zoned CAR, MHP, CR2, and SH, a mix of those zoning districts. As far as public participation, staff has received to date one letter of opposition, that letter discussing water usage, noise levels, light pollution, and general loss of rural character. We've not received any letters of support to date. At the Citizens Advisory Committee, the CAC voted 15-0 to recommend approval to the Planning and Zoning Commission. At the CAC, some of the topics discussed included the proximity of Project Bella to this project, as well as a request for an archaeology survey, that was common for most of the items proposed. And at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they approved also unanimously 9-0 to forward a recommendation of approval. And topics there included the proximity to Project Bella and sources of energy allocation, the site's utilization of, or a statement from the applicant that the end user would be limited to those using air cooling rather than water cooling, and a discussion around potential noise generation from the facility, and a discussion regarding potential mitigation efforts to that end. We have the applicant here with their presentation, but any questions for staff at this time?
Any questions for staff? Seeing none. Applicant?
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Alex Hayes, 2525 East Arizona Biltmore Circle. I'm happy to be with you today to discuss Project Midway. This is a proposed data center campus at the southwest corner of Selma Highway and Midway Road. The property is about 215 acres, vacant desert land. It's a pretty sparsely populated area. To the west, you have a small handful of homes. to the north, primarily undeveloped, again with a small handful of homes north of Selma Highway. To the east, entirely undeveloped. And then south, you have Project Bella, which is the planned natural gas generation and battery energy storage facility. The site currently today does have a comprehensive plan designation of moderate to low density residential. This is the most prevalent land use category in the entire Pinal County planning area. And I think for that reason, the land use category actually does allow alternative uses, including light industrial, but it allows up to 100 acres of that kind of development. And because the site's 215 acres, that's why we're going through the major comprehensive plan process. And today we're requesting that the site's comprehensive plan designation be changed to employment. And as you can see, it's very much in line with the development pattern in this area along Interstate 8. This board is well aware of the tremendous amount of growth that the county has seen in recent years. We've seen a lot of employment growth happening along the I-10 corridor, and now we're seeing a lot of interest in new development along the I-8 corridor as well. And that makes sense from a planning perspective to have your kind of more intense employment and industrial uses located along a major transportation corridor. On this map, you can see the proposed Griffin Energy project that's on your agenda here today. If that were to be approved, you'd have an additional couple thousand acres of energy production and employment uses just to the west of this property. And then, of course, just to the south, you have Project Bella. The proposed use is also consistent with the City of Casa Grande's plans for this corridor. This property is within their planning area, and we're about 4 to 5 miles west and probably the same south of their current municipal boundaries. To the east, their boundary, they just recently annexed that about 6,000 acres last year. All of that has been zoned for industrial uses, again, to accommodate that kind of employment focus along the I-8 corridor. For the site itself, the anticipated development area is about 70 acres, located on the north side of the property. You'd also have about a 10-acre footprint for a project substation, and that would be located kind of between the building footprint area and then Project Bella to the south. And that leaves, quite a bit of undeveloped area that will allow for some substantial buffers between the development area and the existing residential to the south. This, is a conceptual plan and would be finalized through the zoning and site plan phase, but you can see there's, ability to provide substantial buffers, showing here 300 feet between the west, or the property to the west, and our development area. There's actually no homes in that area, so the small number of existing residences are actually a little further south, and at that point you'd even have a more significant buffer and separation from the development area. And here's a conceptual rendering of what this project will look like. Again, conceptual at this phase, but I think this is indicative of the level of quality of design that you can expect with this project. We shared this at our neighborhood meeting and received quite a bit of positive feedback. I think people were really happy to see that this is what a data center can look like. It doesn't have to look like a heavy industrial use. It can look and feel more like an office park or a light industrial employment park. And I know aesthetics are really important to the board, and so wanted to share the level of quality that you can expect from this project. And I think this is more than just lipstick, to borrow Supervisor Goodman's phrase. And quickly, I just wanted to, with all the talk about data centers, wanted to take a step back and discuss why data centers matter in the first place. In the last few years, data centers have really become critical infrastructure. They're the backbone of our modern economy, and they're supporting everything from artificial intelligence to national security and really our ability to maintain U.S. competitiveness on the national stage. And specifically, data centers store, process, and distribute information that powers all the things that have become so integral to our daily lives, from websites to the apps on our phones to our banking systems and to cloud systems the cloud services that store our documents, our photos, and even more important things like our health information, like in the story we heard on the last project. And they also bring billions of dollars of private investment, not just to the project and the property itself. It would also bring investment for infrastructure improvements, from the energy infrastructure needed to energize the sites, to road improvements, to extensions of fiber to bring additional connectivity to these more rural areas. And they also create high-wage jobs. On this project, we have an economic impact study that I'll share on a slide in a few moments, but This project, studied at about 250 megawatts, would create about 225 jobs, and these jobs would have an average salary of $92,000, which is twice the average salary that is currently seen in Pinal County. And then because of those jobs, those are the ongoing jobs. You also have many hundreds to thousands of jobs during the construction phase. It's a substantial economic impact, and it's a substantial tax revenue generator. I can talk to some specific numbers, but it will be measured in the tens to hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue to the county and the various taxing districts that are associated with this property. And for all the reasons I just stated, data centers are a national priority. When we see that with the Trump administration's AI action plan that they released this summer, which was designed to incentivize and encourage domestic data center development, with the idea being to keep our critical technology and information within the U.S. borders and continue to be able to power domestic innovation and our ability to, for our country to be kind of on the bleeding edge of technological and economic innovation. Power is obviously a very essential component for data centers. Data centers need power, and they need reliable power. This site is located within the service territory of ED3. Project Midway team has had some initial conversations with ED3, and we'll continue to coordinate closely with ED3 leadership. As we work through the entitlement process, we'll engage with ED3 on a load impact study, which will study the infrastructure requirements and generation needs for this project. But I think the important thing to know is that this project would be required to bring its own power. So it wouldn't be encumbering any of the existing capacity of ED3, and it would be required to fund any necessary upgrades to the transmission and distribution infrastructure. So the cost for this project would not be shouldered by existing ratepayers. It would all be on the responsibility of the end user for this site. From a water perspective, we hear a lot about concerns for water with data centers, and I understand that reflexive concern, but that's really an outdated concern. The technology that exists today for data centers to be low water users, in places where there's abundant water, you still see a lot of water cooling. That makes sense in places like the Northwest or the Southeast, but with the technology that exists today, there are data center operators that are very comfortable operating in low water environments like the Southwest, and they do that by using air-cooled or closed-loop systems, and those are the exact type of users that are in the kind of final applicant or final potential pool of users for this project. And with the air-cooled or closed-loop system, the estimated water use is about 4.2 million gallons per year. That's roughly 13 acre-feet per year. That compares very favorably to other light industrial and manufacturing uses, and even residential and certainly agriculture uses. So I understand that concern, but it really just is not grounded in fact that these are large water users. This project specifically is in the service territory for Arizona Water Company, and that would be the very likely water provider for this project. From a wastewater perspective, very low wastewater requirements, and that was all expected to be handled through a conventional septic system. From fire service and fire response, we're coordinating with Chief Heaton, who's a very popular man in the county these days, and his laudable efforts to expand the Arizona City Fire District to be able to provide service to the more rural areas of the county under the umbrella of the Pinal County Fire and Medical Authority. So we'll continue to coordinate with Chief Heaton on a contract for service in partnership or in collaboration with the other new users in this area, and that will be able to bring fire service to the residents in this area who currently don't have any. We heard from a property owner nearby who he pays an additional $5,000 a year in property insurance because he doesn't have fire service, and that would certainly be a benefit once the Pinal County Fire and Medical Authority is established and covering this area. So as I mentioned, we did the economic impact study for this project. There's a lot of information here. I just wanted to highlight a few specific numbers. Capital investment is $6.6 billion with this project. That includes hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs during the construction phase. And with data centers, you actually see the equipment kind of replaced every 3 or 4 years as the chips advance and new technology is developed and installed in these facilities. So there are kind of ongoing construction efforts associated with these projects, but from an ongoing operations standpoint, you can expect about 225 jobs. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this is an average salary of $93,000, so these are pretty significant jobs. From a tax revenue standpoint, over the 20-year life of this project, you'd see company tax revenues just from the company itself to the county of $127 million. Additional $91 million to schools and the special districts that are the taxing entities applicable to this property, and that doesn't include the additional tax revenue you'd see from the employees and the kind of multiplier effect you see from the trickle effect of a project like this. From our outreach, we had a neighborhood meeting. We noticed a mile from the site. We had 9 attendees come to that meeting. Many of the same people who came out because of our proximity to Project Bella. It's basically the same radius. A lot of the same people came out, and we were very happy to see a very positive response to our proposal. Very minimal concerns. They really wanted to see industrial development just kind of stay south of Selma Highway, which this project, of course, is. We also noticed all the public hearings we've had within a mile. We're fortunate to have a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Citizen Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission. And so lastly, just to sum up, this is a project that will bring a lot of quality jobs and a substantial economic impact, and it will do so with a very low impact on the surrounding area, minimal water use, no impact. We'll coordinate with ED3 to ensure that there's no impact to ratepayers in this service territory. It's a low traffic generating use, and we're going to be working with the other projects in this area to establish fire service with the Pinal County Fire and Medical Authority. And lastly, it aligns with a number of goals of the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan. So I know there's a lot of information, but happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Any questions of the presenter?
Alex, so one of my main concerns is on Project Bella, you showed numbers that were going to the fire department and what it's going to cost, how much contribution. I saw none of that here, which is very important to me because Project Bella is going to be funding that fire station for the most part, but I saw no numbers of funding going to that. And that's going to be an ongoing thing, so I'd like to know what type of funding is going to happen with that, just like Project Bella. And then the other thing is, you have ED3 on there, and I'd like to know where the discussions have actually gone and how long these discussions have been going on, because you know as well as I do, Project Bella is not powering this, and I got a real problem with power there, so I need those questions answered. I know we're down the path, but after the conversation we had, do you know where I stand?
Thank you, Chair, Supervisor. I'm sorry, your first question was?
Funding,
the funding for the
fire station, where you showed that on Project Bella, but here had none.
Yeah, so we have had some initial conversations with Chief Heaton, and as you probably recall from Project Bella, when we were on the Major Comprehensive Plan phase, we didn't have those numbers either. We'll continue to work with Chief Heaton to have a contract, and I think by the time we're back for you for zoning, we would have some more specificity on what that looks like and what the contributions would be. As it relates to power with ED3, I know Mr. Yurgis is here, and perhaps if he's willing to, he can speak to it. But the Project Midway team have had in-person discussions with ED3, and given where we're at in the entitlement phase, we haven't completed a load impact study. But as we move through the entitlement process, that is the intent. There's really no scenario where we don't work with ED3 as the power provider in this circumstance, but that load impact study will determine, what mitigations and additional infrastructure is needed and where the power sources will come from. In any event, it's going to require a number of different power sources and solutions, and we'll be reviewing all of them and seeing what makes sense for all parties involved. But I think the important thing is that all those costs would be borne by the ultimate data center user.
I'm going to do a what if because I don't like to do that. But discussions about these fire protection, and I think the desire is to either expand the district somehow, come up with some some method to include it in the service area of what is now the Arizona City Fire Department and make it a Pinal County thing. If that was to happen, that would be funded through taxes. If it's a typical taxing district scenario, so the value of your property would be applied to a tax rate that would go to the fire department that would help fund the fire department going forward. I mean, I think that's the ultimate goal that we would have there. This other scenario would be if you didn't have a district, you could do maybe a subscription type scenario where you would pay annually for that protection, and then the fire department would have revenue to cover that service. Does that make sense?
That does. Thank you, Chair. I think the goal is to provide some initial funding to get the fire authority off the ground, and then eventually transition to kind of a more of a ongoing funding basis through assessment. But that would allow us to, allow the Fire Medical Authority to provide service to the broader area. Right. And like I mentioned, they're already paying a significant amount of money in property insurance, and so I think it would ultimately be a cost saver.
I don't foresee anybody trying to block any efforts like that. Okay.
I don't know why they would.
Any other questions for the presenter at this time? Okay. I'll have some cards here. Mary Ellen Flanagan. Oh, I'm opening the public hearing. in case you were wondering.
I'm Mary Eileen Flanagan, and I live in Hidden Valley. I'm not so much opposed to this project as I am wanting to see some stipulations. If it goes in, it needs to be stipulated that it will never draw on our water supply or aquifer. The newer systems are water systems. The older systems are air-cooled. And as progress happens, things change. And so I'd like to see that stipulation. We've already had, one of my neighbors has already drilled her well 3 times in 6 months, drilled it deeper because of the aquifer. So the other thing is attaching to the energy grid. I'm very concerned about that. Our grid is already overtaxed with the burden of supplying energy. Just today we had a power outage. While we were on our way here, I got a notification on my phone that we had power outage at my house again. And this is not an unusual thing to have happen for no particular reason. It's not like a car hit a pole or something like that. It's just the grid goes down and the grid comes back. So, and while there are currently very few homes in this area, we had some neighbors go up to data centers up in Maricopa County, and they said they were very loud. I question whether just space is going to be enough, because in the desert, especially at night, sound travels. You can hear your neighbor talking across the street, and they're talking in a normal voice. So I would like to see some berms or some kind of soundproofing around this plant to protect the neighbors from sound. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Robin Davis.
Chair, Supervisors, I'm Robin Davis. I live in Hidden Valley, and I don't disagree that data centers are important, but location matters. And the lawyers and the companies that are building this, they don't live out there, so they don't know what we're going through. So is our desert the best location? Because of our hot summers that, frankly, this is like 122 degrees some days out in Hidden Valley, up to 125 degrees. So is our desert the best location? What guarantees do we have that they will not place hardships on our local region? If any water is to be used, can they guarantee that our local aquifer will not be tapped into? There needs to be a cap on the water if any water is used, and make sure that any water that is used does not take away from the residents. Electricity. Well, I sat through the CAC. I sat through, well, that was like a long time, hours and hours. I sat through the planning and zoning meeting. That was like 10 hours. So I have like notes on all this stuff. And what we gathered from planning and zoning, that ED3 had never been contacted. So they may have been in talks with ED3 since then, but they were not contacted. I just have concerns about this. One of the notes I took, it talked about the power. They said there's a loop between Project Bella, the data centers, ED3, ED4, so that 30.82% was to come from Project Bella, 29.41% from ED3, 11.57% from BESS, and 28.19% from renewables. So they are pulling from ED3. How does that affect the customers? How does that affect us? Because like as Mary Eileen said, I got the notification as well. We had an outage, and then it returned. That's normal. Out where I live, I've got a generator. So in a storm, if we go out for any length of time, I can plug in my generator and I'm okay. Not many people have that option, and you find that they complain on social media and how long it's going to be out. So these are all questions. So I'm not really opposed to it, but I want to make sure that strict stipulations are put in. If this goes forward, it goes back around to planning and zoning, and that's where they get the stipulations, that these do not place a hardship on the local residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seth, yeah. Please help me with that name.
Chairman, members of the board, Sapand Alizada. It's okay. I don't know what my parents were thinking, man. Yeah, it's Sapand Alizada. Once again, thank you. Honor and privilege to speak in support of this project. The thing that really stands out is the unanimous approval it got at CAC and P&Z. This shows what a great project it is and what a positive impact it will really have in the community once it is built, whenever that is. So Arizona Technology Council is proud to support this project, and we hope you all will support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if this gentleman left. Jeffrey Fitzwater? Did he leave? I thought I saw him go out. He's fine. Okay. Okay, that's all the cards I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this before I close the public hearing? Your name and generally where you live.
My name is Savannah. I also live out in Hidden Valley. I actually wasn't going to speak on this particular issue, but I am opposed to all of the data centers. The reason I'm up here is because the gentleman that was presenting it said that the water usage is not based in fact, when it quite literally is based in fact. A data center consumes large amounts of water. A single data center can use millions of gallons of water a day. This leads to increased water scarcity. Approximately 80% of the water withdrawn by approximately 80% of the water that is withdrawn by data centers evaporates, with the remaining water being discharged to municipal wastewater facilities. A medium-sized data center can consume up to 110 million gallons of water a year, with a large center consuming up to 5 million gallons of water a day. This is the equivalent usage of water for a town of 50,000 people. Now, I know much of these are saying that they are going to be using air cooling. However, that is becoming redundant, especially when AI is involved. Now, it doesn't matter where data centers are placed. You're still going to have that data. So it could be in Colorado, and you can still have that data here in Arizona. However, I think a desert is a terrible place to place one, especially with how much water they do draw. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my last name's Morrison.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else before I close it? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there any questions you want to answer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to respond to a couple of those comments. As it relates to the water, yes, data centers can use that much water, and they do when they're in a location where there's abundant water. Like I mentioned, you can places like the Northwest or Southeast where there is an abundant amount of water, then water cooling makes sense. But in places like the Desert Southwest, it doesn't make sense to use that much water, and we'll use an air-cooled or closed-loop system. And like Lowe's, so we'd be happy to stipulate to that at the zoning phase. I don't think we can stipulate to using no water, because I don't think any project can do that. But certainly happy to stipulate to what we're saying here today, which is this would be a low water user via those technologies. And then as it relates to the power, Chairman Miller, as you mentioned on the previous one, this is the major comprehensive plan phase of this. We're in the very early stages of entitlement. There are a lot of engineering studies that need to do, we need to do a lot of coordination that needs to happen, but those processes are underway, and hopefully by the time we're back for zoning approval, we'll have more of those details and figured out. As it relates to the specific sources of power, we have no contract for power from any particular source, but we'll be studying all the different potential options, including the potential for on-site generation if that is feasible. So we're actively pursuing that information, and like I said, hopefully we'll have that when we come back to you the next time.
Okay. Any questions by the Board of Supervisors, by either staff or
Chairman?
applicant?
I just wanted to, there was a question from a constituent, Mary Ellen, about noise. I know that the Project Bella will have noise, but this is inside of a building, so maybe you can address that question she had about noise coming from the data center. Everything is internal, correct? So,
yeah, thank you, Chair, Supervisor. As it relates to sound, we will do, the sound generated from these facilities is from either backup generators or cooling systems, but we'll do sound studies and are happy to work on any sound mitigation measures. And under no circumstances are we going to be exceeding the noise limits of the ordinance, but through our sound studies, we'll look at ways to mitigate the sound to the extent possible, and happy to stipulate to that as well.
And then as in Project Bella with those big, beautiful walls, you would be happy to give me that around this data center, correct?
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to work with you on the solution that makes the most sense. If it's a wall, then it's a wall. But if there are other options that are maybe better for everybody than a wall, we would like to pursue those options too.
Okay, thanks.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, item number 11, Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 11. I think I gave enough of my comments as written, with no stipulations as of today.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. We're going to take a short lunch break at this point, and then we'll come back and do 12 and 13, and then you can watch us adjourn.
Chairman, if I may, if I can just state for the record that lunch break will be for 30 minutes so that the public is aware when they need to come back to the meeting.
Got it. 30 minutes. Thank you. We're in recess.
He's going to be gone here in a few seconds, and
Okay.
he's one of my brothers.
Okay. We're on item number 12.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. And for the record, I did provide some handouts of some late in the game opposition and support. So PZPA 014-25, this is Griffin Energy Project. This is a proposal here requesting a major comprehensive plan amendment to amend the land use plan to redesignate 2,685 acres from moderate low density residential and proposed open space to green energy production, general public utilities and facilities and services, and 160 acres of proposed remaining open space. And this is for a utility scale solar facility with a BESS and gas-fired power plant. So this is located between the Santa Rosa Wash and the Green Wash, also near Interstate 8. Owners Anderson Road 80 LLC, BDW Land Investments LLC, Horde Hacienda Incorporated, and Stanfield 1295. This is represented by Rose Law Group. This shows you the general location, similar to the others, southwest generally of Casa Grande. Shows you the zoomed in here in some of the surrounding zoning. This shows you here a aerial depiction and what it's proposed to be going from and then to. This is an aerial depiction of the site. As you can see, it's a lot of farmland currently. Go back to that here. Flood zone. So you can see there's a significant wash here traversing that area. Arizona State Land Department land here, as you can see to the northwest. Okay, so current conditions, proximity to I-8, it abuts a proposed Bella Gas Power Plant to the east. It's subjected to a significant area of flood zone A, so which includes an increased flood hazard. So it's impacted by that Santa Rosa and the Green Wash. Also, regional trail connections are in the area and riparian areas identified by Arizona Game and Fish. Once again, it's for proposal is to include photovoltaic, gas-fired power, and a BESS. Largely vacant, scattered residential property central to the project and abutting to the south. Considerations are the riparian habitat impacts, weed mitigation, trail system, and again the wash. The Arizona Game and Fish Department guidelines that would ultimately come to bear were this to go forward. And then also impact of flood zone drainage discharge to be determined by a drainage report. And then lastly, the visual screening here from the residential. So at the time this slide was created, and you have some additional handouts after this, 3 letters of opposition from the public, 5 letters of support. Citizens Advisory Committee voted 11-2 to recommend approval. P&Z 6-2 to recommend approval. And staff would be happy to entertain any questions the board may have.
All right. Any questions for staff? Any questions? Jeff?
So are there going to be big buildings near this project?
I would defer to the applicant for that. They may have depictions, renderings in their presentation, but it's generally more conceptual at this point.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Applicant here to present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. Court Rich from the Rose Law Group. Thanks again for the opportunity to be here to present you with this project. I told you earlier my theme for the day is economic development, and I can't talk about this project without also talking about the very next project on your agenda, because they're tied together in a way that I'll explain here that is going to create incredible benefits for the county. Before I get into the details, I do just want to introduce you to the developer of these 2 projects, Copia Power. And Copia is, I only mention this because you're getting a great community partner with this that has experience developing energy infrastructure not only around the United States, but right here in Arizona, where they have more energy infrastructure that they've developed than in any other location. So I just wanted to flag that for you before I get into it. But this is a solar project, but it's also a gas project, and it's also a battery energy storage project. It's truly all of the above. And I think this is something that this county has not seen before for several reasons. One, as I have on this map here, I think you've seen a lot of energy projects. You've seen a lot of solar projects. They might be going to the local utility. They might be going to a statewide utility. You might not know where they're going, but I'm pretty sure this is the first one that's coming to you that's saying, we're building solar and gas and batteries because we're also developing to the north this site where I have jobs listed on there. That's the data center project I'll be talking about on the next agenda item. But this is the first time, and we've been working with Electrical District number 3. We have a letter of support from them, and their general manager is here today, where I think you've seen a project where it's not just solar, it's solar for a purpose in Pinal County to create jobs and revenue and taxes and do good things here in the county. And so I wanted to start with that because I think that's unique. And then the other unique thing I mentioned is that it's truly an all-of-the-above energy mix at this site, because the idea is to be able to provide power to that data center. And what you need when you're providing power to a big user is a mix of resources, both to manage the grid correctly and also to be able to arbitrage and keep prices low to make sure that the power prices at the data center are affordable and make that more successful from an economic development standpoint. Let me move on, and as I did on the last project, tell you why here, right? This isn't some random location that the developer picked. I'll start at the bottom of your screen, the ED3 Kaywood substation, which is immediately adjacent to the project. That's really the why we're here, because we're trying to service this data center in ED3 service territory, and having this substation right there is key. You'll also see the El Paso natural gas line to the northeast, that sort of, I don't know what color that is, purple-pink thing on the running diagonal. That is where we'll get the gas for the gas-fired power plant, and there are also key transmission lines that you see outlined on that map. So that's why we're there. As far as a little bit more about the project, we're setting aside open space. We're actually increasing the amount of open space that's on this land as we move forward, sort of like what you heard in the last project. I included a picture here because this is, I want to, particularly I was thinking about Supervisor Surtee. I know I've seen some pictures that he has probably appropriately expressed disdain over a way a solar facility might have looked that was just barren desert scraped raw. Well, Copia has actually built in the desert here in Arizona before, and this is what they do. They use native seed. We're happy to stipulate to this when we come to zoning, to not leave you with this barren wasteland situation underneath your solar panels. I'll also note that much of this area is farmed currently, so they're not wiping out just blank desert. But anyway, I thought I'd include these pictures because it's very different than some of the things that you've probably seen before. I know you had a presentation. Some of our representatives from our state utility stood right here at this podium and told you about how much electricity the state and Pinal County need. And I just pulled a couple of clips, well, not clips, but quotes from some of that, just to really drive home what a big deal power is. And gosh, we've already talked about it a lot today, so I probably speed through these. But SRP is expecting to triple the amount of power that they need. This button's not moving. I'm trying to do this quicker. APS is looking at 40% growth in just 6 years. APS, when their representative was here, talked about how solar is an important part of that, and mixing it with battery storage is an important part of that, and I would say mixing it with gas is an even more important part of that, and that's what we're doing with this project. Again, APS saying that they need some solar, but this isn't an APS project. I was just talking about how that's important to the energy infrastructure. So we just handed out a couple more letters of support. Here are some of the letters of support that we've received so far. I want to, before I stop talking, I think connecting it more to that other data center project is really important because data centers need power. I know you've asked some good questions already today about the previous data centers. Where are you getting your power? In this case, they're getting it from right here. And that other project that this helps enable, we had Elliott Pollock and Company do a economic analysis of that. I know you all know Elliott and his team. They're kind of the go-to in the state, the best at that in the business. And their report showed some really astonishing things that I think are important for the county to understand. So that data center, once it's enabled and it needs power to be enabled, will create over 500 jobs on site and then another 588 tag-along jobs in the community. So over 1,000 jobs with that data center. That's $66 million in wages every single year, not construction wages. This is wages every year when that data center goes in. $500 million in construction wages, which is an incredible amount of money. $44 million in tax revenue every single year, and $9 million of that goes to the county every single year. So again, I've got more specific numbers than I had in the last case because we had this study done, but that's going to help you keep everybody's taxes lower in the state, in the county. The schools would make $125 million in tax revenue over 25 years, the local small school districts down there. That's a huge number. Obviously, the state has rules around how they distribute that and everything, but that's going to, again, keep pressure low on taxes for everybody. And it's $1.1 billion in tax revenue over 25 years total for all state, local, county, and everybody. So I'm telling you, this is a unique situation where this project, again, I think it's the first time you've seen one that's really enabling growth in the county. You don't have to worry if this is going to California or Nevada or what you're getting out of it. Power right here, jobs right here, tax revenue right here, benefits right here. I know we've had a lot of support for this project. Approval was recommended by both the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission. We had a lot of folks come and speak in favor of it. And again, I'd really appreciate your support for it. I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to having the discussion.
Steve?
Any questions?
So will there be any big buildings in this project?
This project, the one that you're voting on right now, is no buildings. It's energy infrastructure only. So there will be a gas power plant, there will be a battery energy storage part, and there will be a solar facility.
Okay. And I appreciate the fact that there would be plants underneath this. But the reason I'm asking, and I should have been asking it all along with the first project that has all of those buildings, why not put solar on those buildings so that we don't have to use so much of the desert for solar? There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of acres of buildings there. So I just thought I would throw that in there and ask that question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Surdy, I think it's a good question. I think the scale is the issue. They may very well have solar on the buildings, but the amount of solar you can put on the ground and the lower cost of doing it, it's better for ratepayers. The economies of scale are better. We can't. I know there's a lot of comments. Let's cover every parking lot in solar panels, and that would be great. We should, but that's more expensive, and that's significantly less land than being able to put it all out there. So in this sense, particularly with they're tying it to a project that needs the power, they want to make sure they have enough power, and this is the calculation that does it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the presenter?
Yeah, sure. Mr. Rich, it's going to same questions I see. You have AZ City Fire on there. Same type of question I asked last presentation was what will be contributed to that fire station for them, because they're going to be pretty far away based on this, and I'd like to know, is there a contribution to their fire department, and are they going to be the one, are you doing a contract with them based on what you're saying here? I'm assuming the same.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vitiello, yes, we're the same answer as I had last time. We're working with them. We've already gotten a draft agreement with them that we're starting to negotiate that would talk about initial payments that would be made to help start up the fire department in the area and then transition to the tax. I think there was a discussion about how there will be a property tax in place, obviously, once all this infrastructure is put in and the district is formed, and then we'll transition to that funding. But yes, we will be back when we're here with zoning with that agreement in hand.
Mr. Chair, quick. Sure. I think part of your answer to Supervisor Vitiello is that I believe that Project Bella is building a fire station. Am I correct there, Chief Heaton? Yes.
Chief Heaton is the very first one up next.
Okay, well, but I'm asking the question because I'm just thinking they're going to put a fire station there, and this is only around the corner. So, so that ends, I think.
But I just want to make sure this, because that station's going to need. That's why.
Yeah,
we anticipate participating in the funding of whatever Chief Heaton deems necessary for the area. And I do think that's a really big benefit, not only the jobs and all of that from the project it enables, but we're bringing more reliable fire service, not just to the project, but to the area. So.
Okay, any other questions for the presenter? Okay,
thank you.
I will open up the public hearing. And I have some cards here. And the first person up is Fire Chief Heaton. Get right. Well, he heard your question. Now let's see if we can give you an answer.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, Supervisors, good afternoon. Jeff Heaton, Arizona City Fire District, working with the Pinal County Fire Medical Authority creation. So just two additional points of the questions we have. Very similar to Project Bella. We're going to get a financial contribution agreement in 2026. To Supervisor McClure's point, there is already on the books a firehouse to be built by Project Bella. We don't need to put a firehouse right next to every one of these power plants. What we do need is additional resources and equipment. So we have contractually started the conversations to get those commitments in 2026. As Chairman Miller said earlier, these are long-term projects. But what we said is we want to form and provide fire and EMS and life safety services starting in 2026 to these areas. So we want to not only grow PCFMA, Pinal County Fire Medical Authority, in 2026, but also start helping some of the smaller fire districts that are in those areas that are ancillary to these areas that cannot do it financially. So we're going to help them. I've contacted many of those fire chiefs to work with them as well to continue this process. So that financial commitment, just like Project Bella, will be 2026. It will be to put additional resources and equipment into firehouses we currently have committed to and that may exist in the area. The second part that I think was the question from these projects going forward also is how does a contractual agreement work? Well, we're building the tracks, buying the engines, quote-unquote fire engines, putting them on those tracks, and then moving forward with it. To help with that, we want to do the contractual basis, again, starting in 2026. And then as the annexation occurs and the tax base starts, they will just take the place of the contractual agreements we have with the power plants that end up in these areas. As you're quite well aware, the tax base is about 32 months behind, so we'll leave those contractual contracts in place till we see true funding coming back for the county, not to put a burden on anybody else in the county, yet provide services where they currently do not exist and in areas beyond that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like a plan. Mary Ellen Flanagan.
Hello, I'm Mary Eileen Flanagan from Hidden Valley. Chairman Miller, supervisors, good afternoon. I'm opposed to the Griffin project for several reasons. First of all, what happens if the batteries leak right there next to that Santa Rosa wash and that green wash? What if there's a flooding situation and the batteries leak? That's a big what if, but it's within the realm of possibility. Both of those washes flood regularly, and the project goes right up to the edge of the wash. I'd like to see a stipulation to set it back 125 feet from the wash to protect the groundwater. Also, solar energy is touted as green energy, but the citizens of Pinal County have said over and over that they want open space as open space, and this takes some of that open space and turns it into a solar project, litters the desert with the arrays. When the solar panels are no longer useful, what happens to them? Many go into storage containers and they're just stacked up. There's no recycling protocol. So I worry about what will happen to our desert when this is finished. So probably the open space and the solar are my biggest reasons for objecting, although I do worry about the batteries. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Robin Davis?
Hi, guys, I'm back. Chairman, supervisors, I'm still Robin Davis. Again, I'm still living in Hidden Valley. I'm kind of neither for or against this project. I was against it because of, as Mary Eileen mentioned, the solar farms. Somewhere along my research of all this, because we started out with housing developments, and now we're into these energy projects, and they seem to be taking over Pinal County. But somewhere I heard there's like 40,000 acres of solar in Pinal County. And it's not all good. So, and I realize this corridor along 8 and 84, it's going to be an energy corridor. I don't think there's anything that any of the residents can say or do to change your minds. All we can do is ask for much stricter stipulations. So I don't speak for anybody else other than myself, but as a commissioner on the Open Space and Trails Commission, I'm worried about the Santa Rosa wash and the green wash. We've got to protect it at all costs. Well, if it goes back, if that little bitty box that they had, if it goes back 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever it takes, that's what needs to be done. Because across the major comprehensive plan for both the county and the Open Space and Trails Commission, the residents have voiced that they value the open space. So we need to protect it. I noticed that I got a lot of notes. I spent CAC and planning and zoning multiple hours over there. You're going to pass this. So, and I don't think you guys can be the ones to add the stipulations. So as it goes back around to planning and zoning, we need to add the stipulations. We need to make sure that these are in the right place at the right time and that there's a better answer for the decommissioning. Because none of these solar companies, no matter how many open houses I go to, at neighborhood meetings, no matter how many meetings, they really don't know what the decommissioning looks like. And we have to have positive answers on that. And not just, well, this is what's planned. Are the solar arrays really recyclable? So if the county thinks that this is a good corridor for this type of energy, let's make it stay safe with stipulations that can't be changed with last-minute decisions. Well, this can't be done down the road. We need to hold the companies accountable and to have stricter stipulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Roman, is it Orna? Roman? R-O-M-A-N?
That's right, Roman. Named after the quarterback, Roman Gabriel.
Okay.
In fact, my middle name is Gabriel. Roman Arona from the Auction Indian community, and talking about the opposition of this project specifically, and then we're talking about the next one as well. We're looking at water resources in that area, and an already exacerbated flooding zone. We have 4 washes that run through the community, and this one being one of those washes that run through the community, and it floods on an ongoing basis, and we're left with the issues of the flooding. And so what infrastructure is going to be put in place for that, for the flooding? Because we have homes, we have industries, we have other things that that no one is really thinking about. We're not thinking about the global picture here. We're thinking about these things one-offs. And I think we need to really take a peek at the cumulative effects when it comes to land conservation, the habitat, the biological resources. And the other thing that I've seen that hasn't been brought up is air quality. Air quality is going to be huge. Maricopa County is dealing with a huge air quality issue. And these systems will also be off-gassing air quality, and BESS systems, when they have some of their overloads, will also off-gas toxic in going into the air. And there's no point source. I mean, all the information is point source, but what happens when it gets into air columns? What happens when it starts to move out? And no one is talking about those things. No one's talking about the potential, not only for, as it was brought up, with the issues of the flooding and the batteries leaking, but then on the next one, I'll talk about some other things that will be brought up as well. When you're looking at closed systems, when you're looking at big ventilations. So, I mean, you're doing a gas-powered plant here, and it's going to have some off-gas. So what is that going to do for air quality? And then, when we start looking at water quality, obviously this one I think not only quality but quantity. You know, again, when you're looking at putting hard surfaces and creating what is already a desert area, and you're putting these hard surfaces in, you know, when the waters come, when the rains come, when all of those discharges that are happening along these washes that are happening from wastewater treatment plants and all these other things that are influencing that, we're left holding the bag. The Auction Indian community is left holding the bag with all the floods because then it flood irrigates into our communities and almost taking up our homes within the community as well. So again, we're talking from the environmental standpoint. There are a lot of other issues as well, but air quality, water quality, quantity, and flooding, and then the potential for leakage from the best systems as well. And then, thank you.
Delia, is it Carlisle?
Okay. Scoot Damju, good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name's Deja Carlisle. I'm currently the Vice Chairman of the Auction Indian Community. Most of my comments will be related to the next item that you have on the agenda. But one of the things that Roman had brought up was the fact that there are 4 washes that run through Auction. And Santa Rosa is one of them. Santa Cruz is another. Vehicle and Smith all run through the community. And so, of course, the flood issues are where the discharge of any flooding that happens. We also, again, he talked about air quality. As you know, when Maricopa was expanding, our new neighbors complained about the poor cattle that was out there. So they had to be moved off. So we may not think about it, but there is that issue with air quality. And so when we talk about power source as well, we talk about the open space. We're losing that. And I'm hoping, and I'm a long time, obviously, resident here, born and raised in Arizona. And I'm hoping that right now I have 7 great-grandchildren. I'm hoping I'm able to allow them to see something that's in place of the past with that. I also wanted to reiterate that the name Carlisle on that power energy is only by name. I'm not related to them, and so I saw that earlier on, and I thought, oh my gosh, they might think I'm supportive of this, and I'm not necessarily a supporter. We just happen to have the same name. But I'm going to leave most of my comments for the next item agenda. Thank you.
Duly noted on that name. Sip pan? Give it a...
Chairman, members of the board, Sapan Dalazada, once again, Arizona Technology Council, 2800 North Central Avenue, Suite 1530. And we are in support of this project. Arizona Technology Council is a big advocate for an all-of-the-above approach to meet our rising energy needs. So this means that we need to invest in solar, other renewables, natural gas, et cetera. As we saw, Pinal County's population grew by 21.5%. I mean, we have to invest in these projects to really power the growing community and meet their power needs. But then also something that I've done a lot of research on, and I know each of you are very passionate about this, is veterans' employment and employment for those leaving our military cert branches. And the solar industry is actually a huge employer of veterans because of their problem-solving abilities, work ethic, et cetera, ability to work in teams. So by supporting a project like this, we are really advocating for our veterans, supporting our veterans, and getting them well-paying jobs that can help them support their families and make a difference in their lives. So thank you all very much once again, and Arizona Technology Council is supportive of this project.
Thank you. Delane Coleman? Delane Coleman? Is anybody in the back? No one in the overflow? Okay, I'll set it aside. Dan Thielander? Happen to know him as a Tempe Buffalo.
Chairman Miller, members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Dan Thielander, and I would like to discuss the impact on farming with this proposed solar facility. My family and I farm virtually 100% of the proposed facility, and I'm also a part owner of part of it as well, of the land. Our farm is about 3,400 acres, but because our water district, Maricopa Stanfield, lost our CAP allocation a few years ago, we can only farm about 40% of the land that we would be farming had we had more water. 60% of it is fallow. So for out of the 3,400 acres we have leased or own, we're only farming 1,400, 2,000 acres are fallow every year. So what happens with that? There's no crops on it, the weeds grow up, we have to disc the weeds down, it creates a dust issue, one of the many problems. A very positive result that I really want to bring your attention to is that with this project, most if not all of the well water will be transported off the site through pipes and canals to other neighboring area farms who are also short of water, so that when our 1,400 acres go out of production, 1,400 additional acres are going to go into production in other adjoining areas. And so I think really that's very important to keep as much agriculture going in the area as possible. Worst case, some of the wells do not stay with local area farmers, and that lesser pumping will help stabilize the groundwater table to help farmers in the future. In my opinion, this is a win-win-win. Green power production, making 60% of the land in that area productive again with something, and more water for other area farms. So I would ask you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, is it Yegas? Y-E-R-G-S?
Chairman Miller and Board of Supervisors, my mom always taught me when I was little, just say your guess is as good as mine when you say your last name, and people will remember that. So my name is Brian Your Guess.
Close.
Thank you. I am the general manager of ED3 Electrical District Number 3. Both the data center and the power generation is within our service territory. I'm here to let you guys know that this is a real project, and the power will go to support a project within our service territory. This is not going to California. It's not going up in the valley. It's going to stay here locally. The applicant has been great to work with. Very early on, it wasn't just talking about conceptual issues. It was, okay, we're going to start making deposits and we're going to start studying the interconnection requests. And so they have made sizable deposits with ED3, so residential ratepayers don't subsidize the project to do the study work on this. And we're looking at interconnecting at Kaywood and expanding Kaywood substation. We are also looking at interconnection to the bulk electric system and the transmission system. And the two will work together to eventually deliver power from this resource to the data center location. The data center is located adjacent to 4 substations, APS Santa Rosa, SRP Duke, you have ED3 Maricopa, and you have WAPA Test Track. And so you have the energy infrastructure right next door. You have the power generation in the southeast part of the territory. It makes sense to link them together. The other thing I applaud them for is to thinking ahead and coming up with a real plan. Sometimes you hear from these developers that we're going to power large loads with just solar and battery 24 hours a day. Or maybe on the opposite side, we're going to power these things with 100% natural gas. Well, we all know there's a Pinal County Air Board, Air Authority you got to get an emissions permit for. You really want all the technologies to work together, and there's really three pieces of technology: the solar, the battery, the gas, all working together. And because it's also going to be grid tied, we'll be able to coordinate with them to supplement power needs, and all from an economic standpoint by drawing on the grid too if it's necessary. But the idea is that 100% of the energy from this facility will go to the data center. They've been great partners to work with. From our perspective, we're going to structure it in a way that other customers are not subsidizing this project, but there'll be incremental revenue or margin from this project, which will help our core customer base. As you know, inflation has been a factor in the utility industry. Things cost a lot more today than they did 5 years ago, and so that revenue will help us support other investments in our system. Happy to answer any questions if you have for ED3. Thank you.
Run those through the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And Delane Coleman, I'll try that one more time. She filled out a card and she's opposed to it. So, actually, I have a question for staff first, but then maybe the applicant. Glenn, and I just want you to kind of the general knowledge of what you know about development. If we're going to develop something in a floodplain, is there a requirement by the Pinal County Flood Control District to mitigate that and mitigate any issues downstream and even upstream?
Simply put, yes, that would go to engineering, and especially at the site plan level, a drainage report is required for that. There's certain setback requirements, I believe, from for wells, and then also from washes, I would imagine. So, yeah, that'll be thoroughly looked at through engineering in particular.
Right, and there's also air quality permitting that's required for anything that has an emissions component to it, be it a battery system or a gas-fired plant.
Absolutely, yes. So we have a robust air quality program here, and so there's typically 3 or 4, I believe, conditions that are placed on projects such as this, and those would come to bear as with anything else.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions for the applicant and or the staff? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just respond to a couple of things you heard.
Sure.
Thanks. So first of all, I want to let you all know that the battery energy storage is being sited outside of the floodplain, so that it's not being sited inside the floodplain. We think at the end of this, the flood situation will actually be improved. We have to go, as the chairman just asked, through your county flood control district. Currently, it's farmland. When we develop the project, we're going to be installing some retention basins as well that don't exist out there today. And we're required by state law to make sure that the water leaving the property is the same as it was historically. So we're not concerned about that. We're concerned, but we're going to do it right. We're also not developing in any of the washes, so none of the infrastructure will be placed in any of the washes. And in fact, when this is over, we're preserving more area as open space than is designated open space today. There will be a decommissioning plan and a decommissioning bond in place, and through the zoning process, we can work that out with you and your staff. And then I do want to say, COPIA has done, as I mentioned right off, several projects in the state of Arizona, and they've got a long history of working very closely with the Arizona Game and Fish Department and have a great relationship with them. In fact, we met last week on this project, and Game and Fish is very happy with the way that they're preserving the washes and protecting the riparian habitats, which is what we're setting aside in those open space areas. So we're confident we've done a really good job being thoughtful about that, and that we'll implement that in a way that will allow you all to approve our zoning, because we'll be able to show you that we're doing it. The last thing, we certainly welcome the Ak-Chin community's input on this and the next project. We had some good discussions early on with them. We've been reaching out, and we're happy to continue that engagement. We've invited, I think I committed at the Planning Commission, but I'll do it again here when we develop the project, the second one on the agenda here, or the next one, to have their cultural resources people right there on site if they want, all throughout construction. We're happy to work with them along the way and appreciate that relationship in the future. Happy to answer any other questions, or if I missed anything you have follow-up on, let me know.
Anything else?
Just want to just make sure that that communication with Ak-Chin is on a person face-to-face, not just emails, but make sure that their input that they have is all addressed. Just want to make sure that they're heavily involved, especially with the second project that's coming up.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor. We've previously had face-to-face walk the site meetings with them. And we have opened ourselves up to an invitation that we will come and speak to them whenever they want. So we're all in on that.
Okay. Anything else? Board's pleasure.
Chairman, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Close the public hearing. I almost forgot. Public hearing is closed. Thank you. Board's pleasure on item number 12.
Mr. Chair, I might like to make a motion that we approve item number 12 with no stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 13. Staff first for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Valentin Panchenko, Senior Planner, here to present to you case PZPA 01525. I will share the additional opposition and support letters for this case.
Okay.
Some of those was missed in the previous submission to the board. So this is a major comprehensive plan amendment request to change land use from moderate to low density residential to employment and general public facility. This is located 3 miles south of city of Maricopa, and its border directly to the north with Ak-Chin community. This aerial map. This is larger vicinity map, and to the east of that property, you will see a large CI1 light industrial and warehouse zoning. That's a Nissan Technical Center as well, located in that area. And this mail-out map. This is general aerial map for the project. Proposes energy generation technology campus, which is next to existing light industrial zone to the east of that property. This is current land use map for this location. Currently it's MLDR, and there are several employment centers to the east and to the south west of the property. There's employment already existing. And here's a map of what is proposed. The applicant asking to change land use to employment, and a small piece to the east of that property on the general public facility services. This property is located within the extended planning area of the city of Maricopa. The project is located within the flood zone X with a minimum risk of flooding. That's directly north, or they're bordering to the north to Akchin community, which is undeveloped land at that moment, and agricultural land. And there is a blend of undeveloped agricultural land with CR3, CB1, CB2, C1, MD, and CA1 surrounding it. So it was directly to the east of that property, in between existing CI1 and proposed property, they have CB1, CB2, and CI1, small parcels. So there is connection in between proposed employment and existing employment locations. There was 12 letters of opposition from the members of the public. Mostly it's related to limited water supply, noise, pollution, and limited job opportunities. There was 9 letters of support from electrical districts, 3, AZ Tech Council, Fire District, ED3 again, Langley Holding, and residents. They generally support the economic development, employment, and renewable energy. There are also 2 neutral letters, one from City of Maricopa and Air Force. Initially, City of Maricopa was opposing to this case, but then they get engaged in discussion with the applicant regarding their request, and they send additional letter that they're neutral. That letter say that the applicant agreed to design the site with the city development standards. So in the future, there will be no issues in case of incorporating of those areas. There was a Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for this case. Speaking about discussion during the commission public hearing, there was main concerns regarding water use, and that data center will increase traffic flow. Those major point that was raised as a concern during the commission public hearings. If the board has any questions to the staff.
Any questions of staff at this time? Seeing none. Applicant?
Good afternoon again. Again, Court Rich from the Rose Law Group on behalf of the applicant. This is the second project I already spoke a lot about, so I'll try to be efficient with your time, but it is a really exciting project, so I do want to hit some things here for you that are important. I already told you about Copia, a great partner in this project. I mentioned some of the financial information, economic information from the Elliott Pollock study, and I want to put it on the screen and talk you through some of it. So it's the $4 billion project number. Actually, that's construction cost. You're going to get another $5 billion worth of equipment into the facility. So we're looking at nearly a $10 billion or so investment in the area. Creates, as I mentioned before, 500 jobs, 588 indirect jobs. This is all from the Pollock study, 1,000 permanent jobs in the region total. Here are some of those numbers. I don't think I said all of them earlier. But I think they're meaningful and impressive, and the kind of economic development that I know, will make your job easier as you're trying to figure out where to get money to do and provide public services. So I would highlight for you those wages that are going to be paid, $66 million a year in wages to employees related to this. County, again, $9 million a year in tax revenue. Over $20 million in sales tax every year. The sales tax is high because there's an energy sales tax. And then you see that school number, that's the every year $6 million. That adds up to $125 million over 25 years. So big numbers. The job numbers, if you look, this is some information from the City of Maricopa Economic Development website. If this project were in place today, or at the time that this study was done in the City of Maricopa, it would be the 3rd largest employer in the city with just the direct jobs at that location if you had 500 jobs there. So that kind of potential tells you about the scale of this and how meaningful it can be in the community. I know we've had a lot of questions about putting some numbers behind the water usage, and I want to show you a couple of graphs that really describe how this works. So as you see, the current site is an agricultural use. And with the farming, this would be 75% less water than the farming use that's there. We expect 500 acre-feet a year for the whole project. This project is a data center and a gas-fired power plant. The agricultural use, if you assume 4 to 5 acre-feet a year for farming, you're at 1,900, almost 2,000 acre-feet a year. So you see the housing on there as well. This is 47% less than what the housing water needs would be using ADWR's numbers for residential housing and open space in residential communities. So big, objectively big water savings. Some people still seem to keep saying, no, these data centers are going to use water for cooling, or that's all they do. I just clipped some headlines here to show you that the industry is, in fact, going to closed-loop, air-cooled, non-water cooling systems. And again, this applicant will be committing to that at the zoning stage and stipulating that is what they will use. One of the things that I know several folks in the community that we've spoken with like particularly about this project is that what's planned there today is almost 2,000 homes. And when we replace that with this project, that's 80% fewer trips per day from a traffic standpoint than what it's approved for today. That, when we talk also with the city of Maricopa about the project, one of the things they like is this is, their problems are, as you know, 347 heading north during rush hour and heading south in the evening rush hour. This solves that for people that work in this location because they're heading south during the morning rush hour and north back hopefully to Maricopa where they'll live, we hope, during the evening rush hour. So that takes pressure off 347 and creates an opportunity for people to go to work in their own backyard, essentially. We have lots of important and local support and statewide support. I note the Arizona Technology Council has been very supportive of these types of uses. They wrote a letter of support. And the Arizona Commerce Authority. The city of Maricopa, as was mentioned, was neutral. I think what's particularly interesting and noteworthy is that many of the closest neighbors are in support. I think I have a map here that shows. So we have letters of support from Tom and Catherine Dugan, who are just, I think it's a quarter or a half mile south of the project, and Leonard Gruing, who I think is here today. Yep, there he is. I don't know if he's going to speak, but he's supportive. We're really appreciative of that. And so, I think we've got the folks that are closest to it are very much in support. I mentioned already the Ak-Chin community. I just reflect on my comments from earlier. We're committed to continuing to work with them. We're ready and willing, and we'll be there when they say. If they want to sit down and talk more, they're welcome on the site during construction, all of that. But I think this is, we approved the power for this project, and here's the project. And so that whole package is what unleashes this economic development opportunity for the county, and I'd love your support. We had the Planning Commission's support for this project and would like yours as well. So thank you.
Any questions for the applicant this time?
Just wanted to ask, so this is going to be a structured building. One of the other data centers showed us a building, what it looked like cosmetically. Do you have anything? Is it 1-story, 2-story, 5-story? Any idea what it's going to be?
We do have a mock-up of the design. I don't have that in my presentation, unfortunately. Certainly that design will have to go through your process and at zoning if you can tell us if you like it or not. But it's very much, the idea is it looks like an office building, or a low office building, not a building, but an office park type of structure and landscaping and things like that.
Okay. And then the setback, is there any room for setback? I know that's not, it's going to be in the next phase of it. I just want to make sure, because I did listen to what they had to say, so I just want to make sure that if there's ways to work with them, I would really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Any questions of the applicant? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me open up the public hearing. We have 2 cards. And we'll go Delia Carlisle.
Once again, good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. It does feel good to get up after sitting a while there. Unfortunately, our Chairman, Gabriel Lopez, wasn't able to be here. He's at another he has another commitment, but he did have a letter of support. But instead of reading the letter of support, I'm going to reiterate some of the reiterate and share some of the feelings that we provided during the P&Z process. We want to say and reiterate again that we are not opposed to the project, but however, we are definitely opposed to where the site is being considered for that. In our autumn language, we have a word called himduk, which is our way of life. And with most of Arizona's tribe, the 22 tribes in Arizona and elsewhere, our councils are charged with protecting our way of life, including, especially, and to safeguard our past as we move towards the future. The site itself is known to have a lot of artifacts there and human remains, cremations. We are aware that Copia Project Power and their staff, along with our cultural resources staff, went to visit the site when cremations were found. We're aware of that. We're also aware of Copia contacting staff, but has yet to, unfortunately, meet with the council, which is what we call true consultation with something as a project like this. What we're worried about, concerned about, is there are sites out there that have been identified, and unfortunately there are other sites that will be identified out in that area. We're not sure if SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, has provided comments with the project. All that we ask is that consideration be made on those artifacts and cremations remains that have been found out there. We don't ask other than being allowed to bring them back home and not have them bothered again. However, we don't know what's actually going to the actual building of this data center. You can go 6 feet deep and you can still come across cremations and all. So again, as I said at the Planning and Zoning Commission, how would you feel if your loved ones were being dug up and disturbed? And that's how we feel with that. And we welcome the opportunity to work towards a solution that will not desecrate any more than it has been in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Roman.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Roman Arona, Auction and Community Environmental Programs Manager. Again, talking about some of the things that we're looking at, and I've talked to our fire chief as well as our emergency management. And again, some of the things that we're looking at is, some of the mutual aid that is possible, or what's going to be happening with that. Auction is right there. The community is right there. The fire station that is being proposed, that is not even there yet, but it's being proposed. The other thing that we start to, what is that going to look like, right? What is that communication going to look like? And that was something that the fire chief had mentioned to me to bring up. Again, talking about the groundwater, the water quality and quantity. For the auctioneering community, we look at both. We're not just looking at one versus the other. We're, again, looking at the air quality that it was proposed to be an air-cooled system or a closed-loop system. We're looking at, what is the air that's being emitted from the system going to be looking like? We do have air monitors in auction, and if those are starting to go off, then what is that going to look like? And as we move forward, the other thing regarding the coolants If we're going to a closed-loop system, well, how are those coolants going to be taken care of? Because a closed-loop system also has to be refed. There's no such thing as a true closed-loop system. So, you're looking at chemicals and things that are going to be being brought down through 347 and endangering some of those people as they're being brought down for coolants and some of these other things that could be, along with all the other activity that's going on. I mean, we're looking at this as a big picture, not just one data center. So we're looking at the big picture in that whole corridor. Again, we're looking at the conservation, wildlife. The animals that are currently running through there right now. Auction has been a haven for some of these things. When we're looking at burrowing owls and some of these other things, we've only had maybe a handful of burrowing owls. Now we're upwards of a couple of hundred burrowing owls within the community, and we have to deal with how to deal with those owls and the wildlife that is now coming onto the community. And so, I think there's got to be a lot better communication and consultation back and forth for a lot of these issues that are going on the environmental side. It's not just development. It's not looking, big dollars that are proposed. They're not in your pocket. It's all proposed generation. Everything that has been discussed today from this developer, from the Rose Law Group, is all proposed. So, I mean, not until boots hit the ground and everything is in place, what is it actually going to do? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fire Chief Jeff Heaton, you're up again.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Supervisors, good afternoon. Jeff Heaton, again, Arizona City Fire District, forming Pinal County Fire Medical Authority. The unique thing of what this COPIA project does for us is it allows us, being the most northern project we're going to incorporate, will allow us to put a firehouse just west of this area. Through the deposits of the project, we will build that far north and west firehouse. That'll allow us to serve the community as well as that project. As many are aware of all the growth off of Papago Ranch and all the new homes that are out there, there is zero fire protection out there for those folks. So we'll be able to service not only that, but going towards Gila Bend on the 8 as well. The additional element is through the Pinal County Fire Chiefs Association, we're working with the fire chief, the emergency services of Auction to provide mutual aid and auto aid on that process, also with the city of Maricopa, which has been a challenge in the past to try to put that together. So that's the unique thing with this COPA project for us on the north side. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ellen Flanagan.
My name is Mary Eileen Flanagan, and I live in Hidden Valley. I'm still worried about an inadequate power grid. The applicant said that some power from the grid might even be needed. So that really strikes a chord with me. Also, originally this area was going to be homes, and there was going to be a large commercial area. I don't hear anything about commercial in this at all, and that worries me because we need something so we don't have to drive 17 miles into Maricopa to shop, to go to restaurants. We need a large commercial area out there, especially with all the new houses that are going in. Also, let's see. So the electricity, how much of the 500 acres will be committed to commercial space, or at least the acreage that isn't being developed with this be committed to commercial space? And then does a data center fit in this community? I'm not sure it does. I'm really not sure it does. We do need significant numbers of local high-paying jobs. I did research on what data centers employ, and it's from 12 people to 100, according to Google AI and several other sources. So I worry about that. Finally, will this data center be a dark sky data center? We've lost our dark sky out in Hidden Valley, and we'd like to get it back. I went out to view the comet and the northern lights the other night, and I couldn't see them. As a matter of fact, I could walk around my dark house without a flashlight. There was so much ambient light out there from neighbors having porch lights on and that sort of thing. So I'd like this to be a dark sky center, and I'd like us to get our dark sky back in Hidden Valley. That was one of the reasons I moved out there. Thank you very much for your time.
Robin Davis.
Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors, I'm Robin from Hidden Valley. I'm just exhausted listening to the lawyers and everything that they have to say and the way they spin everything. And so I've taken a bunch of notes, and I'm going to poke some holes in some things that I've heard. Again, I was at the CAC. I was at the Planning and Zoning about all these things. So I've spent more than probably 20 hours listening to all the testimony and all the fancy presentations, which I have none of. We don't have any money. We're just residents who live out there. So here's a couple holes. At the CAC meeting, I was the very last speaker at about 11 p.m. There were no other people there speaking. The commission was sitting at the EOC, and I had about a half a dozen of the Rose Law Group staff. Whatever I said, and this was wrong, the presentation by the county was wrong. The motion was a vote to deny this data center, and it passed. The vote was to deny. It passed 8-5. So whatever I said swayed the CAC. Came back to Planning and Zoning, and they passed it. And I noticed about most of the people that supported this project, they don't live out there. We do. And so I know that no matter what we say, it's going to happen. But it's like we're being pushed out. Houses, data centers, solar farms. The people that live out there just continuing to be pushed out. So the people that support it don't live out there. He says that 75% less water than farming. I guess he's got to quit eating. No farmers, no food. You know, that's my thought on that one. Homes, 1,945 less homes, but a real estate friend looked up the land, and Eldorado Holdings owns a portion, 1,500 acres or whatever was left after they backed off from the 2000, and they're planning on building homes there anyways. We don't have to settle for either one. We can oppose either one. And I was like the point where I was leaning like, well, I don't care which way it goes as long as there's stipulations, but it gets exhausting to listening to the lies and the spin. They may not be outright lies, but it's spin. And we that live out there, we hear stuff. And at the last minute, the city of Maricopa goes from from opposition to neutral. Well, I hear they signed an agreement of pre-annexation to that area. That sounds like future tax revenue to me. And the neighbors who came in support of it, I hear there was a little bit of strong arm going on. You just hear that when you're on the ground, because I live out there. So all this stuff, it's exhausting to listen to, and we're fighting for our lives. We're fighting for a way of life out there that's being decided for us. So if we can't stop it, please make the stipulations strict and in writing so they can't back off on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Seppan?
Chairman, before I begin, I have to compliment you on the pronunciation. I think we got it. So that's fantastic. Thank you.
About third time I think I got it.
It's all good. Chairman Miller, members of the board, Seppan Alazana, Arizona Technology Council, 2800 North Central Avenue, Suite 1530, Phoenix. And as you all know, I'm going to be speaking in support of this project. There was a gentleman here earlier today who was asking me about jobs at data centers and questions about salaries, et cetera. And unfortunately, he's not here. I can't speak with him. But in early October, Mesa Community College held a data center day on campus. This event was 2 hours, but over 450 students attended this event. 450 students, because they know that these are jobs that are attainable, pay well, and most importantly, in this day and age, have benefits like health insurance, dental, and vision. Those are things we can't turn our noses up at, especially in rising healthcare costs, et cetera. We need more jobs like this. And I know a couple speakers before me mentioned that, a Google AI search revealed data centers can employ 12 jobs, 12 to 100. Data center is defined in very different ways. A hospital, Banner Desert, where I volunteer every Saturday, has a data center inside. And that data center, it holds patient information, and it employs one IT person. So yes, data centers can have few employees, but remember, this is a larger data center. This is one that is really going to make a positive impact in the community and really employ a lot of people. And so again, I always return to, we cannot turn our noses up at jobs, especially jobs that will bring people to Pinal County from other places and help them establish roots in this county and, contribute to this county's betterment. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Savannah Morris?
Good afternoon. My name is Savannah. I live out in Hidden Valley. Last time I was here, I spoke in front of the Planning Committee and brought a bunch of statistics and facts about data centers and how they affect the environment and communities around them. Data centers are currently guzzling all of our drinking water and require too much power to operate. As I'm sure you're all aware, we do live in a desert that has a declining water table, with water from the Colorado River and groundwater levels declining, with us frequently relying on the reclaimed water. As Maricopa grows, we do need more jobs to support the growth in new residents that are moving to our city. However, the jobs data centers bring are minimal after construction is done. I come from a farming community where farming helps feed the community and helps the economy and research. We have many farmers, livestock, and residents who rely on these resources, and I don't want to see them suffer so that big corporations can figure out the best way to market to us and shove AI down our throats. During the last meeting, I waited all day, about 10 hours, with half a dozen other members of my community, with more sending in letters of opposition, who are willing to sacrifice their time in order to oppose this data center that will negatively impact our lives and ecosystem if it goes through. The auction community is also being negatively impacted, with the proposed data center butting up against their south border and an important historical site at risk of being disturbed. We need to respect their land and their agency. The people who support this data center are the ones who will gain a financial benefit from it going through, while the community will be forced to bear the burden both economically and environmentally, have showed up to oppose it. Don't allow greed and big corporations to make this decision for you. You're here to heed and hear your constituents and make the best decision possible for the ecosystem and the communities you're responsible for. As the people in charge of the final say regarding this decision, it is vital that you make a stand and defend our community. Please hear our voices. Thank you and have a good one.
Thank you. Briar, Yargus? Mr. E.D.? What is it? Your guess. Your guess. Brian. We just go with Brian.
Yeah, just Brian. It was better that way. Mr. Yergis is always my father. He's passed away, but he'll always be my father, Mr. Yergis. I just go by Brian. Really, just again, ED3, just going on the record again, we support the project. They've actively been engaged with us. From an electrical infrastructure standpoint, it's located in an area adjacent to existing electrical infrastructure that can also be expanded. It makes sense based on the location. They've been a good partner, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have that are specific to ED3. But again, just thank you for having me and letting you guys know that it is an official ED3 project. Thank you.
We need to send those questions through the applicant and or staff. Okay. Dan Thielander?
Chairman Miller and members of the board. I have some of the same comments as I did before. If this 400 or 500 acres goes out of farming, that water that would flow down there for farming will be used on other areas of the district. So the net result would be a similar amount of agriculture still going on in the area. So it's other fallow lands that currently don't have enough water. If that data center, which will have limited water usage, that water will be able to be used in other areas of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this? Come up, your name, and generally where you live.
Karen Mooney, Santan Valley. You didn't ask that question last time, so my concern is for the previous case on the flooding.
I think I did, but go ahead.
On the flooding, the county does a great job on the projects themselves, but in the area that I live in, I don't think they go far enough because our property has been affected by floods. So I'm just asking, I'm not for or against the project, I'm just asking that they maybe reach further beyond as to where this water does end up with the way the buildings and other items are, the drainage is redone, making sure that it doesn't impact down the road, because things that are happening on the mountain behind us are now affecting our property.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot of regulations to that, but we will.
Just how much further they can look, that's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Close the public hearing. Any questions of the applicant or staff?
I do.
Okay.
So, Court, I know you're a rep, you're not a data center expert. Is there anyone else in the crowd that's allowed to respond to how data centers work? We're obviously a county the size of Connecticut. We each have our own district. When is enough data centers enough? How do they work? Are they like cell towers? Obviously, in my northern part of the county, we're not going to get any benefit from this. Do they have to be every 10 miles, every 5 miles? Is there like a super data center that can do them all? When does this all end, and when do we have enough?
Chairman, Supervisor Surtee, I guess one thing I would say, when you said there's no benefit in your area of the county, certainly the tax.
We obviously need data, but does the one all the way over here, does it give data all the way to my area?
They do, yeah. They're not. It's not. I'm not
asking,
the expert, but I know this answer.
Are they like a cell tower? They only reach so far. Does it reach all the way to New Mexico, all the way to Tucson? How does it actually?
Yeah, the data that's stored in the centers can be accessed from anywhere on Earth, frankly.
Okay.
So that said, I know industry likes to have them nearby because even fractions of seconds make a difference in quality of the storage as it gets farther away from the site. Is the ability to transmit it. Those things are important, especially when processing AI requests and things like that. I don't want to go beyond the edge of what I do know, but as far as the benefit in your area, certainly the jobs, I imagine people are unlikely to live over there and work over here, but that tax benefit that will allow you to hopefully keep everybody's property taxes a little bit lower, it will be felt countywide for what it's worth.
I understand that. I was meaning like
the technology
the reach.
Side. Yep.
Why not do one massive data center in Gila Bend to do the whole state, to do everything? We're dropping these things everywhere, and when will there be a saturation point?
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment? There's 471 of them in Maricopa County
already.
So just go there.
So there's no end to these.
And to reach your area, it's just who rents the space on that server. So.
Yeah. So people all the way in Georgia can access this as well. It's
even
just
Indiana,
the World Wide Web.
I think, if I may, too. All the large manufacturers, Lucid Motors has a data center. They have built it right into their system. Ross Lab, Kohler, they're not huge, but they built them within their own operations.
But that's only for them. I mean, that's
but it
not...
is. But the point is, it's how fast you can access data and keep your productions going. And these things, they will be everywhere. I mean, and some of them will serve just certain customers, and some of them will serve a broader number of customers.
Then we're also
when you go on, I don't know if anybody could ever figure out where that data came from.
we're also starting to hear the term now, AI data centers instead of just data center. Is that a different data center? Is an AI data center different than a common data center?
It would be performing a different function. It could be used to process and for machine learning, as opposed to just storing data and then storing and discharging data. So that, yeah, different functions, but the same type of equipment you'll find inside.
It's a big sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that the comments from Ak-Chin, whether I have to facilitate it, I have to work with, both of you to help this out and make these meetings happen. I really want to make sure that their input, especially for their artifacts and the owls or whatever it may be that they are concerned about, that they are going to be a big part of this before a building goes up, that they know that they've been taken care of on everything they've asked for. So that's communication that I hope will definitely continue and will continue, and just make sure that you know that they're interested in the project, but they want to make sure their land's being protected and their artifacts are. So,
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vitiello, we hear you, we hear them. We're 100% in on that. We have done, I was going to mention right before you spoke, what I was going to say in response was grateful for their feedback. We have done a survey already of the 495 acres on which this site sits and have not found any cultural artifacts, but we are committed to having them there with us through the process. If anything is found, we were at the site adjacent with representatives of their cultural team when there was something found, not on this site, but adjacent. And we're going to continue that process and work with them every step of the way.
Thanks. There was just one more thing about the 1,400 or 1,500 acres, because the original site was 2,700 acres. You brought it down to 496 or whatever the number is. What is going on with that other 1,600 acres? Do you have any idea? Because the rumors of this being built.
Well, I don't want to address that because that's not on the agenda.
One thing I would, Mr. Chairman, just because the comment was made about whether or not we're getting rid of commercial here, the commercial that was part of the master plan community that this is part of was actually on 347. So that's not getting taken out by this project. And certainly, whatever happens on the remainder of it, there's already a large master plan community approved for the whole thing. And that's why we think part of what we're doing is a benefit to the area by removing 2,000 homes from an area that isn't really in love with the idea of more homes. So.
Okay, and the last thing was, why is this particular data center getting 500 jobs approximately, opposed to some of the other ones we've been hearing 100 to 200? Why is this 500?
The number of buildings, typically, per building, we're estimating 100 to 140 jobs per building. And when we worked with Elliot Pollock's office, that was the way they came up with the numbers.
So 5 buildings.
Yeah, and there are different. There are certainly different types of data centers, as we already talked about with Supervisor Surdy, and different ones have sort of different employment profiles. So,
anything else?
Yeah, I'd just like to add a couple of things. One of them is, one of the things is that I really appreciate with our great state and our great country is that we have private property rights. We've got a farmer out there right now that is trying to maximize the most that he can out of what he has. And this is an opportunity for him to be able, just like anybody else, any other landowner or homeowner, being able to maximize his ability to do that. But it's also adding value to our community as a whole when you talk about the jobs and even the tax revenue, because we'll be able to hold down some of our property taxes that we charge on the residentials in that capacity. The one thing, I grew up in East Mesa. I'm a 5-generation native on both sides of my family. And I've seen tremendous growth. And it was all farmland when I was a kid on Higley Road between Southern and Broadway. And it was all farmland.
And that's nothing but homes and all that. So growth and change is inevitable. There's nothing we can do about that. And there's a good reason behind that. If we're not growing, we're shrinking. And so, as you can tell, I'm in support of these type of projects because it helps. But to Supervisor Surtees' comments that he made, I just want to reiterate that a lot of our information is contained that we have access to at these data centers in the cloud. It's stored somewhere and been able to pull back out of the cloud and bring it into our homes. And so, and just a shout out for ChatGPT. I know my kids use it all the time. They shouldn't, but they do for the reports. So thank you.
Hope you didn't get him in trouble there.
I did. I'm calling him out right now.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, I closed the public hearing, correct? Board's pleasure. Item number 14 or 13.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 13 as presented with no stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good day. I'm going to go back before we adjourn. Slow down. Whatever was that? 3? Going back to item 3. Goodman, because Goodman didn't get a chance to do his update. But I want to, I do also, I forgot something. I attended a Veterans Memorial, Veterans Day ceremony out at Atessa Racetrack, and which I always do every year. But our Sheriff Ross Teeples received an award for. They kind of do an outstanding veteran each year, and our sheriff received that award out there that day. So that was nice. You're up, Goodman.
Yeah, thank you. The reason why I was late is I was attending an event in the town of Queen Creek. There's what they call the Giving Machine, which is a vending machine of some sort for nothing but services that you can donate to for Christmas time. And 6 of our nonprofit organizations are part of that giving machine. But it could be things for buying foods for people in Africa or wherever in third world countries, as well as now being able to support and give charitable funds to those within our local community as well. So that's where I was at when I was late. Why I was late. The other thing is that Officer Rankin, he's had 25 years here. There was something that I wanted to give a shout out to him and Ross Teeples, Sheriff Teeples. We started for our community several years ago, and it's evolved to where it is to now, today, to where we're actually starting to go and address specific issues that are in our community. And right now we're having discussion in regards to our foster care, particularly group homes of young adults in our community. And Ross Teeples and Sheriff Teeples and Rankin are a big part of that in helping us come up with some options for these kids and being able to go out and help them. And it's pretty neat to see with our law enforcement is actively engaged of trying to head it off at the pass. One of the earlier speakers mentioned herding cattle. You got to get out ahead of it, get your horse out ahead of it. Well, that's what we're trying to do right now. And so I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman. Got it. Even though the room's cleared.
We have 3 people that are waiting for it. No further business before this board. This meeting's adjourned.